Are we live? I hope so. Starting on, YouTube is always weird. Give me 1 second while I fire some stuff up. Alrighty. What is up? Oh, what will we get today? Paladin, I guess. Okay. I don't like Rogue just because it's... I would like to like Rogue, but it's so inconsistent. The problem is even the high roll rogues are so dependent on just excessive RNG that it's a little you could just whiff everything. I don't know, Paladin cards are not very RNG actually. Let's go for it. And instantly we get a buffet begin, which is not very RNG. Let's see, ooh. To feed the buffet begin, maybe we want this. We can lean pretty hard into Dude's energy. I love Righteous Protector, but... let's see if we can push that way a little bit. Guess we'll take a diver. These all suck. It's probably Sex at least, huh? At least it has potential. Daring Drake to open up that kind of synergy route too. Corporal's better, but I guess early on we want to lean into synergy, and having some rush can be good because Paladin has issues sometimes not having enough rush. So guess we'll grab a corporal. We don't have any holy spells yet. We know holy spells. I guess Contact, you can get better buffs than Blessing of Kings, right? Contact's a little hard to pick up. Protector. Ooh, Jury Duty's huge. For the existing synergy, I feel like. And we don't want 4s, really. Stand is really a combo with, Bridge. We don't have Bridge yet. Wow, Noble Mount outperforming Great Hall. Noble Mount is really good. I've had Great Halls and they're honestly not that good sometimes. They just don't actually do that much. Still, I feel like you'd be pretty happy to have one though. Do we want another Daring? Or maybe we just take a heal. We do have like the injured Marauder. I think I'll grab a heal here. They both activate the dragons, right? They both activate each other. Or the existing Daring Drake, I should say. Grab Immortalized in Stone, easy. Mistake! To be offered that in draft. What's up, Jordan? I'm doing good. How you doing? So, Mistake does activate both of our synergies, the Daring Drake and also the Automaton. It's a +1/+1 buff for both of them, theoretically. It's an average drafter. But Bloody Knight is just better. And we have some 1s. We don't have 3s. We'll grab the Bloody Knight. More jury duty. Watched all of my videos, every one of my videos. That would be impressive. Appreciate the kind words. What's up, Yura? Dude, how many hours of YouTube content do I have? So many. So many. I probably have close to like 500 hours, don't I? It's a lot. While you're at work? Yeah, nice. I appreciate the watch time. That's just my last 4 priest runs? Yeah. Pretty much. I've only uploaded... I think I still need to edit 2 12-win priests. In queue right now I have... I think 2 priests are still left. A 12-win druid, the one I just did the other day. And... No, I might have done all the hunters. There might still be a hunter left, even. I don't know what I want here, because I kind of want Exarch, but I kind of want True Silver. So first weapon, I kind of just like this True Silver. I think I'll grab this. How good is Light Ray right now? This does activate the dragons, but we're not going to have a huge hand size. We're kind of like just play our cards type of deck. Try playing Hearthstone again because your videos. We only got 4 wins at your highest. Yeah, the game is just tough now. That's why I made like a couple years ago too. I made that returning player guide. I'm gonna make like another guide probably. That's more gameplay focused at some point soon, hopefully. I think I had a highlight game from my last Twitch stream too. That's gonna go up probably. Try to save all those ones that are like really pivotal, where really pivotal gameplay decisions actually decide outcomes. Like those be valuable. So we do have synergy with the Light Ray with this. I feel like we have just a good amount of class cards already, right? I feel like this is actually just good. Yeah, as average drafter, as you said, we have a really high concentration of Paladin cards right now. What server are we trying to improve? Right now I'm on Asia. Because I guess we're going for the triple. I'm at like 6.5 right now, which is like... Where would that be? I'm around top 10. There's a huge gap actually. Let me It's actually interesting because there's a huge gap. Like there's some people that are, there's like a few people that are like 7 to 6.5. SA3 is one of the best arena players in the world. This guy who's at number 7. He's also a streamer, but he's Japanese. But then there's a huge drop off between the 6.5s and everyone else. So there's a fair chance we'll end up like somewhere around here, but we'll see. I think we'll try this. Service bell to pull all of our jury duties. That could actually be kind of cool. Do I have a favorite class to play? It used to be Warlock, but right now, I mean, it's hard to say not considering meta, because right now, like, I much prefer Hunter just because it's better, but Hunter and Warlock are usually the most interesting to me. I feel like the service bell's memeing a little too hard. If you draw one of those jury duties, then the service bell's already garbage. I used to like this card, but it's like so slow in this meta now. Seems fine. It also kind of has anti-synergy with the big N is the funny thing. You make your stuff not die and then you can't actually play your big N. Service variance is absurd. It definitely does seem that way, yeah. If I control a secret, I'm not really planning on doing that. I guess I'll just take a dragon. 3/2s are kind of bad, but I do need 2s. I just don't have 2s right now. And it's a dragon, so there's the Seal of Blood. Fuck, I get the 2 that I can't actually Seal of Blood. Ah, disaster. Alright, I guess I'll take one of these now. Now there's the Muckborn. This deck is looking pretty bad right now. Just card quality wise, I say as we've got this, which makes it a lot better, but like our average card is just not very good. Draw a Naga, we don't have any Nagas, so I guess we gotta grab one of these. This could be good. It's basically a 1 mana 3/2, because you're always gonna play a spell eventually. Get this to try to win long games. I don't know that just like having another one of these is going to like really do that much for us. Like having a 1-drop, if anything you take a 1-drop just to try to be on board a little better, but like I don't know that we want to be that all in. Because you can, you know, hit some late game off of this, have this, and just outvalue people. What's up, Tommaso? Thank you. Ooh, do we want equality? If we want to play these longer games, it's probably worth it. We have a Consec. Just the one Consec. You need 30 arena runs done to show up on the leaderboard. It counts for tires, so I mean if you really want to, you can always make yourself show up really fast if you want to spend a bunch of gold, but wouldn't recommend that because then your average is screwed forever. And it's also really hard to find yourself if you're not, you know, near the top. And you don't know what. Otherwise, you have to basically know what your average is to be able to search for it. Did I put on the Cornell shirt after the Stanford comment last stream? Well, I was wearing a different Cornell shirt in that video because I was wearing the Cornell shirt in my guide video, which I last put up. This one just happened to be in my last load of laundry, so. Alright, hear me out, Legionnaire. No. Hear me out. No. The quality actually seems good though, because like so many of our things are dudes and stuff. Like this actually seems to have a lot of synergy. This is a better card normally, but it just seems like, you know, we're gonna have a bunch of like potentially big in dudes that don't even get hurt by equality anyway. So. And just take this. Do I still need a 2? I kinda do, but I mean, spell discovered though. How many? Actually, let me peek at the odds really fast. Where are my standard cards? Paladin. The one thing is that I think the remaining spell school kind of sucks right now for us. You can still hit Blessed Goods Flight of Bronze though. But like there's a bunch of secrets and crap. There's still Righteous Defense too. There's still Bridge. Actually, there's a lot of good ones. Divine Toll. Okay, yeah, that seems pretty good. Because we don't have a lot of the good spells. We have Immortalized in Stone and Seal of Blood, but we're missing so many of the good spells actually. So I feel like this is better than normal. This would be good too, but I'll grab the Importer. Late game value. And we just pop off another jury duty. I don't know if the alert's gonna pop up, but appreciate the super chat, Mike. Oh, there it goes. Play the bronze? Yeah. It feels bad if you just don't have any discover right now, right? What's interesting... Now this is an interesting last pick. Because again, we tried to lean so hard into the dudes, and we do have a lot of dudes, so jury duty's better than it normally would be. But Brewmaster, you can try to brew, particularly the Muckborn, but that's a little, I don't know, it's a little iffy. But it's also just a 2-drop, which is nice. But it's a bad 2-drop because it removes your 1-drops, right? So it's a little weird. You could take another Daring Drake, but for the synergy, I guess we just take another 3. Potentially go Hero Power on 2 into Jury Duty. Turn your 2 into a 2-2. It's something, right? I think we'll go for it. We don't have any dragon synergy that really requires us. You know, this thing has rush even without a dragon, so it's not even that important, so. Alright. So this is, what did that end up? This ended up as 75 on Hearth Arena score, which is not good for a Paladin, frankly. But, yeah. We have the ability, the one thing we have is the ability to just go really wide and choose people, so. It's one of those things where if we queue into 3 straight mages that have Fire Sale, we probably go with 3. But, surely we don't, right? Trying to catch up on chat, see if I missed anything. Yeah, if you're playing on mobile and you can't use deck trackers because of that, makes it a little more difficult. We just accept this curve, I guess. Seems okay. Quite synergistic and strong. Well, it's like this is a deck where it's like we have above average synergy, but the deck is weak by average card quality. Paladin decks just look good because they have good cards in them, but like this is a low roll for Paladin. You actually just expect more. Please don't get a 1-1. Thank you. How do I actually want to do this is the question. I could play the taunt to protect this from like a possible rush. Something like a Ram Commander, right? You can go 3, 3, 4. Or I can just not be that afraid of that and just play something like this. I think it's okay. You have to be a little concerned. Remember that if we coin, we lose the discount, so it's a little weird. That's why a lot of times you want to like coin this out, so you just don't have to worry about it. But we'll see. It's be okay. I think we just play this into this and stuff. Could make yourself automatically lose super hard to Lightning Storm. It's an option. Well, one of these things is not like the others, I guess. And you could trade to play around Lightning Storm, but it doesn't seem that important. How do we end up with Security Automaton? It was the best card in its pack. I forget what it was up against. How was the leaderboard score calculated? So it's slightly complicated, but I could go 2-2, coin 1. I just used 1 AoE. I think that's worth it. We are a bit weak to AoE now, but I'm gonna hope he's not sitting on a storm. It's a it's a slightly, I forget what they said. There's a term for it. It's like they use exponential smoothing, but it's mostly just he didn't need to trade that much. Did he need to trade anything? Anyway, he didn't need to trade anything, did he? Why did he trade? He thought this was Volcano, I guess. For all intents and purposes, though, the leaderboard is just your running average for the entire season. Pretty much, it's going to be that, you know. Oh god. I have to block this because he has 5 mana. Because he's overloaded for 1. This is why it's important to know what your cards do. He thought this was Volcano, so he traded off minions for no reason. Dude, he has... What the hell is this deck? Maelstrom Portal, Command and Neptune, Fire Elemental, Wildpaw Cavern. This is like the perfect Shaman deck. Wow.
Faith reveals the way.
I could just play this. We need to go all in though. Like, we can't win the long game. How much time does it take for a casual player to play 30 runs? Depends on how fast you play. But, I mean, if you're... Yeah, this is just a, it's just a deck you can't really lose with. Is there any point in staying in this game? I should just move on, right? Because this game's already over. Yeah, just like, I feel like we haven't even seen the best cards in his deck yet. Let's just get out, honestly. We're just wasting time. If we top deck Immortalizing Stone there, maybe it's just... I don't think so. I should have waited to see if we top decked Immortalizing Stone, because that would have been the only reason to actually stay in. But... you would have had to go like Immortalize into Stoneborn, and then you probably still lose. But yeah, like, if you play fast and you're, you know, runs are longer when you're winning more. So it's like, if you're only like an average player, you're only getting like 3-win average. Like, it doesn't take that long. Like, a 3-win run, if you play fast, is only like an hour, so. It doesn't actually, you know, to be on the leaderboard now, you would have had to have played an hour a day, basically, if you're an average player. Maybe a little bit more. There's no way it's worth holding on to this, right? You'd be hero powering to get, like, I guess only effectively 2 less damage on board, but you're getting less damage on board to hit him with, and it's probably just not worth it.
Hey, I got you, friend.
The battle! The battle! Reporting for duty. The
going to be okay.
No, Crip was definitely a very, very good player. Like, he, you know, he gets good at games that he wants to be good in. But, because he's like one of those, he used to be. You know, there's a reason they called it the no life plan. But, it was really weird because he was definitely a very good arena player, but his averages were so influenced in any given month by, like, just whether he was getting positive or negative snipers, because he would get sniped constantly, you know? That it was, you know, it was really weird, and, you know, that's why he doesn't play arena anymore. A huge part of it is because he was just getting sniped so much that it wasn't enjoyable. This might be a bait, to be honest. Because I make myself so weak to AoE when I could just play this and not be so weak to AoE. This feels like a bait, because... Because you just make yourself lose to AoE when you don't really need to. Be aware of clean the scene. Yeah, it's like one of those things too where it's like you just... Yeah, clean the scene exists, but it's like, how do you even play around that card realistically, you know? You don't want to vomit all your resources when you don't need to, but it's like, if he has clean the scene, it's going to full clear me at any time, right? Can't really do much about it. What's up, Gateway?
Hey, I got you, friend.
This card is too slow to impact the game, right? Okay, like I just don't... I think I don't need that. That's the problem. I know there's a juicy value trade, but we just have to try to end him. He has an RBO in hand, so... Oh my god. We're like a little bit off lethal, right? Oh no, wait, we have 12 damage. Oh no, he's just dead. This is gonna finish so fast. And remember Moz? A lot of people, yeah. Because yeah, as you said, Talreal, like I do believe that was a thing, and but also it was like it was weird because it's not like he couldn't hit number 1 without that, but then there were other times where he'd have like negative snipers completely screwing with him, so it was like, you know, very weird. Hope he just doesn't kill this. It's really bad if he kills this.
Understand the code. Hey, I got you, friend. Smudged it.
It was a bit of a risky play coining this out, but I just want to get it. I want to be on board, and I don't want to. Oh, that's really bad, actually. Fuck. Yeah, thanks, Josh.
I have things you never knew you wanted.
Order in the court just doesn't seem particularly good, to be honest. I think I'll just take this.
It's going to be okay.
Like, it's not bad, don't get me wrong, but like, I mean, it's not like, other than the Immortalizing Stone, it's not like I particularly want these cards on top. If anything, I want some of the other ones, right? Like Muckborn, Great Hall. Need one more Infuse. That's a card. So do I take this value hit here? And go 2 and 2. It could be worth holding on to this for later. Because I can play it after the big gun in theory. I think we'll try that. He's burning kind of hot, right? Like he doesn't have a whole lot of cards. Wait, he didn't draw for this Harbinger Winter. Did he? I just realized that. That didn't even draw, right? I didn't even notice that. He has no frost spells. He's at least a double frost deck and he got 0 frost spells. He's 1 unholy 2 frost. Oh, he already had drawn the 1 defrost. The defrost is the only frost spell in his entire deck. That sucks for him, right? Because now we know we don't even have to play around frost spells at any point in the game. Unless he discovers one. It's too bad we can't do this together, but like, that's fine. Do I think DK will be readjusted? I assume they will at some point. You know, they just haven't done an arena adjustment yet. I assume they will soon, but it might come like in the next 2 days. If they don't make one by Friday, I'll make a video about it probably. Because the modes team, you know, the team in charge for arena has just been focused on other shit, basically. So they just haven't gotten to it, it seems like. But yeah, it's like, it's been, at this point, a long time, right? They just haven't done anything. Because they did like a day 2 adjustment for arena, which was very small, and then they just haven't touched it since then. So it's been a full month since they did anything. But justifiably, like, you know, the game is pretty good right now. It's the best, in my opinion, this is the best meta we've had in at least 8 months, maybe more, maybe ever, you know, and it's without them doing almost anything. So I could do this and this. Divine Toll, I guess, just doesn't line up that well. It's weird because you're popping his egg. I mean, you might pop his egg, you might not. The bar, yeah, the meta's been we've had some of the worst metas ever for the last 6 months. So it's like, yeah, the bar was lowered quite a bit, but you know. So like legitimately, maybe I should make a video on like what I think they should change, because I have like, I think there's only a few things they really should change. They should like, you know, they should cool down Mage a little bit as far as like just their amount of random bullshit. This is lethal if you believe hard enough. I've actually gotten lethals like this before, but
Prophet, guide me. Runes, guide me.
we don't really need to take a risk in this game, I don't think. Packed in all the worst metas of all time within a few metas. Kinda. Well, you know, I mean, Descent to Dragon's launch meta has... There are a couple metas like that one, and what, the second Dragon meta too? Like, those metas are still arguably worse. But, yeah. Wow, that was fucking terrible, actually. I probably should have popped this first with the 1-1. And that was like the worst way that could have gone. It probably wasn't correct. I think I should have just popped a 1-1 in first, and that probably would have been better. Because I also lost the ability to get Divine Shields and stuff. It's pretty bad. He has 2 of these with no frost spells, except for 1 to frost. Yeah, the lesson is, this is why you just don't draft frost Death Knight. I wonder, maybe Death Knight would actually be above 50% if you just actually weren't allowed to draft frost. Because that would actually seriously help its win rate, I bet. To just disable people from getting baited into picking frost cards. Frost is fine, but only 1. Even 1, like, I'm not gonna pass an Acolyte of Death or a Bonebreaker, but even 1 I don't think you want. Honestly. But I would take an Acolyte of Death or a Bonebreaker, but I think I would put a hard pass on any other Frost card, honestly. Just because it would just be like, it's just not worth it. A Bonebreaker is really good. Bonebreaker is half a Doomhammer for 1 mana. It's really good. But only if you're playing aggressive, basically. Which you should be if you're Death Knights. A Bonebreaker is like one of the best cards. The issue is that Remorseless Winter and their swipe and stuff, those are both adjusted into the dirt, and that's one of the changes that they need to make, is that they need to unadjust that, because there's no reason for those to be down there anymore. Oh yeah, I was talking about, like, so yeah, they need to do a very slight nerf to Mage. They need to, like, do that adjustment to Death Knight. Do not give Death Knight their Discoverers back, but give them, like, Remorseless Winter and stuff like that. Stuff that isn't, like, super broken. Their 3 mana 2/2 draw 2, that stuff. Like, that stuff that's, like, kind of reasonable. Give them that stuff back. God, this is so awkward. I feel like we still keep it, though. And, oh yeah, they need to buff the crap out of Demon Hunter. Specifically, but all the classes that are really bad, they should buff all of them, too.
You, friend.
They might want to, I don't know, this would be like, I haven't thought this through all the way. Should they actually buff the rates of all the triple cards to make them show up more? I don't think, the thing is like, I don't think we want an arena where, I don't think we want an arena where there's just fucking Chained Frost from Furies winning games. Like, you know, anyone that was playing Arena in 2022 remembers the fucking Chained Snowfall Guardian meta. Where you would just, oh, sorry, you played 3 minions, you now die to 3 straight Frost Snowfall Guardians. Yeah, well, that wasn't very fun. What's up, Bing James? How you doing? Because maybe they should adjust up some of the triple cards to actually let there be a reward for picking triple, but at the same time, I don't know that we actually want that. The Soul Stealer, Frostrim's Fury, Marrowgar, these kind of things, I don't think we want to increase their rate in Arena, personally. I know some people want that shit, but it's like... It was actually really funny, because there's a guy that made a Reddit post asking for all the DK Discovers back. It turns out that he was a guy who... Fuck me, I guess. I would want Cornelius almost, but I'm gonna take this. Because I feel like that would be what he would pick. He was like asking for all the DK Discovers back, because, you know, they want to be able to win with Marrowgar. It turns out that the guy was literally a guy that has played 2,500 wins worth of DK already. And he's like, yeah, we should just get all their Discovers back. And I'm like, yeah, no. People that don't play thousands of games of Death Knight probably would not be benefited by that change. Thank you very much, but no. Yeah, he said he had 2,500 wins, which, I think that a lot of those were before this last month too. I think he was just playing like 50 wins worth of Death Knight every day for the first 2 months that it came out. Is how he got there. I'm not sure. We don't have a great Seal of Blood, so I don't really want to do that. I think this is okay. That's a problem. It's a problem because this isn't good enough now.
Need a bit more spice over here.
Reporting for duty.
Is it a new one? Well, it's like, you're asking about CNE, whatever that card stands for. Fuck me, dude. I mean, it could be. The thing is that also a lot of the corpse spending cards have their offering rates adjusted way down. So that makes it very difficult for any of them to be good. Do I want to keep this, or do I want... I probably want a bigger body on board. For a potentially better Seal of Blood. Where do I live? East Coast, but probably not for long. I'm planning on moving across the country, which is fucking terrifying.
Sorry, Squishy, I'm working.
Probably will.
You get the goods. I'll stand watch.
Seal Blood's not even that good right now. It's my address. Oh yeah, it's 69420 Tech W Street.
Profit got me.
3 houses in Venice, Florida. If I was looking to move to Florida, I'm not looking at Florida though. I wouldn't hate living in Florida, honestly.
Faith reveals the way.
I mean, this seems fine, right? Thing is like we have this weird thing because like we know he has Mirror's. You could do your like pop off this turn so that he can't. I don't know. I can't really let him have this. We're gonna be in this weird game of Mirror's chicken. Actually, this is fine potentially because if you play Mirror's into a Seal of Blood, it might buff an enemy.
Is someone injured?
No, I'm like considering Las Vegas and Dallas probably. I have to be kind of strategic about how I use my cards that feed into Mirror's. Oh my god. I mean...
Faith reveals the way. I have little time.
Fuck it. So as I said, like if he Mirror's, it's really risky for him. Yeah, it's like I could live in Phoenix. It's part of why it's like why I like Las Vegas is close to my family's in California. Well, almost all of my family that I have ever talked to really is in either California or Arizona. So Las Vegas is further away from like Arizona than I realized actually where all the people are. But it's still pretty close to both. So that's why I like Vegas. And also one of my high school best friends just happens to be in Las Vegas too. So like there were a lot of things that just makes Las Vegas make a lot of sense, which is probably why I'll just choose to go there. Got him! That's so rude because it even deals damage to him. It's great. I don't know, Arizona has issues though. Like, I mean, Las Vegas has worse issues than Arizona probably. Is the only thing. But, man. Because the other thing I was looking at, like, I would probably like to live around Dallas too, but I mean I don't know anyone there. I feel like Dallas would just be a very good place for meeting people though, relatively speaking. But I don't know anyone there really, so.
The light heals all wounds.
Demon Hunters are weird because they actually have a lot of AoEs, so I'm just gonna look for other things. My family's in Southern California. So that's why it's like, it would be a pretty short drive from Vegas. I'm just terrified by actually having to move all my shit across the country though, honestly. And that's the part that fucking terrifies me. Worried my computer will get broken in transit or something. I haven't moved. The biggest move well, when I went to college, that was like 3,000 miles, but I did a 500 mile move after college. Not even 500, maybe. To be honest, though, it's not that big of a difference whether you move 500 or 5,000 miles, just because it's like, obviously, it's a one-way trip, right? My last move, I haven't done a move that was more than... The last move I did was like 7 years ago, and it was only like a mile. So, you know, you just drive back and forth. There's no issue, right? It's a lot different when you actually have to, like... It's a one-way trip, and you're like, well, I got one go at this, so... That part terrifies me, but... I went to university at Cornell. Do I live by myself? Yeah. Kind of. I mean, I'm in a townhouse. It's like, this is some old lady's house that turned her house into an apartment, kind of. I'm in my own isolated unit technically, but like, I mean, there's a guy right across the hall that I share a bathroom with and stuff. How do you build a townhouse in DC? I'm not in DC itself. There's a world where you don't even play this because you want to keep them terrified by what your dragon is. Kill the 2/2. The thing is I want to kill the 4/3 because it threatens the 5/3 specifically. Although I guess if I killed it, it threatens this anyway. I mean, if I kill this, then it threatens this. So I guess, yeah, I guess you're supposed to kill this one. That makes this make more sense. Yeah. There's bags to carry my computer. Well, my computer's fucking huge. But yeah, I mean, I'm just worried about like, yeah. The computer's just like, you know, I have a bunch of furniture and shit. I'm not sure if I'm gonna like actually hire a mover or not. That's the thing. I don't know how much a cross-country... The thing is I was looking it up and it seems like moving like thousands of miles, like to rent a truck costs like thousands of dollars anyway. So it's like... It might even be like, it's probably not going to be cheaper to hire somebody, but like, it's not even going to save money. It doesn't seem... From what I could tell, it didn't even look like it'd be saving money to do it by yourself. So it's like, then it's like, why on God's earth would I ever do it myself, you know? Even though I'm not exactly rolling around in streamer dollars anymore. But it might just make more sense to just do it, to hire somebody. The issue is that I still have a car. I might, you know, you can have a car shipped too, right? It's not that expensive. But I have to ship my car or drive it across anyway.
What a find, and fully intact.
In theory, I don't know. I could like stream the move and stuff. I could just drive across the country, because if I was not doing that, then if I had a truck, I would literally drive. I would get my dad and like we would drive like 12 hours a day probably, and we would just not have any fun on the way, just get there as soon as possible. But if my shit was being moved by somebody else, then I would probably have more fun about it. I was looking at the routes, and like you would have the option, like I could either take, there's like 2 routes I could go. One goes through like Columbus, Ohio, Indianapolis, Kansas City, that way, and that way goes through Denver too. Or the other way you go down, which I think would probably be cooler, would be go through like, go down the other way, which goes through Knoxville, Nashville, Oklahoma, Albuquerque. I love Nashville's like my favorite city in the world, so that would be way more fun.
What to do? Runes guide me!
Nashville has the best bars I've ever been to in my life.
I will never! But you shall!
Fuck me, I guess. You trying to sit here and play a game of Hearthstone where my opponent has mind control? Like, what am I supposed to do to win here? I mean, there's nothing, right? I have 2 options. One is hit face, but I can never deal 3 damage, so I lose. So, I mean, that's not really a play. I mean, I have to kill the wolf and hope that he somehow, like, hope that I somehow don't die, and he also has the ability to just cannot kill this and hope it hits his face. He just also has chase. Okay.
This is your moment.
This is why I don't like playing on Asia server. You just queue into super decks super often. Going there May for concert. Yeah, like I used to. I should have done it more. I would have just gone to Nashville for more weekend trips and stuff. It's a little too far to drive for me, so it's like you have to fly there, but you know, I used to do that a lot more. I'd just fly places for a weekend and stuff,
The
but
light heals all wounds.
it's not super compatible with streaming and also working a full-time job. But now I'm not working a full-time job. Now I'm full-time streaming, so I could do more of that. I have to implement streaming into it, though. That would be the thing. Because I have my laptop and stuff. I can stream remotely, assuming that the hotel has good enough Wi-Fi. But let's look for more things to feed the bacon. You do donate to a moving fund? I might have to do that, actually. I've never done like any kind of like donation thing or sub drive or whatever, but it's like I might actually have to do that for this. It's like, how do you want to set this up?
Too spicy.
I feel like I like getting one of these out just to, you know, it gives him a lot less flexibility. The thing is, you could Diver to deny a 3-4, which would be very likely. But if he plays a 3-4, we taunt. Yeah.
What'll wet your whistle?
Might have been better to do this to deny a 3-4 because that was like the most likely thing, right? I feel like this is okay. But yeah, I have to look at like how much movers cost because it's like I'm not even like, because that's the funny thing is I'm not even confident that I could actually move cheaper than what a mover would even cost, because at the end of the day, right?
My dying breath is for this city. Push them back.
You have to have a truck for multiple days. You have to, for me, I have to like fly my dad here so that he can help me drive and stuff, and it's like, oh my god. All the materials and stuff. It just has Astler 3 and 2, that sounds about right. Oh, he also has Frozen Touch. Like, I'm at 3 and 2, and I'm facing a mage that has a better deck than I've ever had in my life. Period. This is better than any mage we've only seen like 6 cards, but this is right better than any mage I've ever drafted. And this is 3 and 2. How far away is the place? It's like 2,500 miles if I go to Vegas. It's like 2,000 if I go to Dallas. He might just die though. God, that's just like such an awkward board for us to deal with though. I mean, it's not coincidence.
What to do? Ready to fight for a better future? I have little time. Hope prevails.
Have to just push all of this. Oh, it's 25 miles is like, what is that in kilometers? Like 4,000 kilometers at least. It's probably the same as driving straight across Australia from end to end.
A thirst beyond death.
Because I think Australia is about the same size as the continental US, right? I think it is. What's up, JF? How you doing? We're just playing like a better than constructed deck at 3 and 2. Nothing to see here. Sweeper, yeah, Sweeper's not a great card. Well, this is why, I mean, I don't like playing, this is why I don't like playing Paladin, right? Because when you play a game like this and your opponent just has better cards than you as Paladin, you just kind of automatically lose, right? Like, there's nothing we can do unless he just runs out of hand. Unless he just doesn't have anything playable this turn. God. Right, we need our location, I guess. Yeah, 'cause it's just like, he just has better cards than us, right? There's nothing we can do.
Looks like I'm here just in time. Reporting for duty. Our gift of fire empowers us.
The one last chance, the one last Hail Mary we have is that this Stoneborn just doesn't get dealt with, right? But it's rather unlikely he even gets drawn for that. It's such a joke. There's just like nothing we can do, right? That deck would beat most of my 12-0s, so it's like, what are you gonna do?
My power will bring peace, one way or another.
Not a hard class choice there. Mage sucks. Yeah, Mage is like my number 4 pick right now, but it's like, I mean, we just had two, we had like my 2 last picks against it, so nothing I can do. We'll get other curve slots eventually, right? I think you're just supposed to pick parrots because chance it works. It's too high payoff when it does work. I'm not even sure if you're supposed to take that over Diver, but... Spire Tank versus Shooting Star. I want to actually be able to just play stuff. Shooting Star is nice to have for a lot of reasons, though. Slightly risky. And I've wanted card draw so bad in this class, but this can also be card draw. You can get card draw secrets. You don't want to have to take... Oh, I should turn these on. You don't want to have to take Instructor that much, because you should be able to get other spells to do the same thing, but it's usually good. Part of me wants just to take the Peasant. I don't think this does much for us. Or do you have cold cases which automatically win any aggro matchup? You like Peasant? Yeah, it's like I don't really want this. I mean, we have 2 cold cases. This seems insane. Pyroblast Parrot isn't really a thing. I think we'll go for this. Probably don't take a second parrot. That seems a little insane. Should probably get a 3-drop. Space Rock is fine, but like, yeah. Should grab some tempo. We'll get other value, surely, like Runed Orb. Drafting Mage is really weird too, because it's like you can like always expect like, oh, I should get value, but then sometimes you go 30 picks without getting offered a single Discover, and then sometimes you get like 17 Discovers in a draft, and you're just like, you can't even take all of them. Alright, this deck is definitely good now. We have that going for us. Do we just want a Lion's Guard? Because we already have several good 3-drops. I don't feel like a Bloody Knight adds that much. I think we just take a Lion's Guard, because it'll have its moments. Could take a Sheep, but Private is fine. Cone doesn't seem that great. Right now that kind of hurts our Herald, because we might draw Cone instead of Cold Case, which we'd probably just rather have Cold Case. So no decision there. Ooh. I guess we have to take Flame Strike. If Overflow still worked with Parrot, you would probably take... You might take Overflow over Flame Strike. You might. But especially with the Parrot, like we're kind of forced into this Flame Strike, right? It seems kind of forced. You think stack Overflow? Yeah. I think we can take a general Murlocula. Murlocula does get out really fast, actually. I do want some like hyper late game though. It's weird because like we kind of need it, I think. It's not great though. Like we don't have any finishing power is the thing. Our deck's a little weird in that way. We don't have any like we just don't have fireballs or arcane bolts to kill people. Yeah, you can take Murlocula to try to just, get the 0-mana 3/4 to be that finisher, basically. But yeah, if you want any chance of winning long games, we need General. And realistically, we're just not killing people that fast, so... I think you have to take this. Well, that's beautiful. Frozen Touch is probably the best card in the game for our deck right now. Painting versus Hippogriff. Painting might just be better. Honestly. They do very different things, obviously. Hippogriff's more of a stay alive card and occasionally make a threat, but Painting is, again, very, very good for the long games. Which I think we need that. Hippogriff is a lot better when the meta's weaker. Yeah. That's true. Because a lot of times in a weak meta, you can have Hippogriff, like, not die. You get the honorable kill, it doesn't die on board, and then it just sticks, and you have a Wind Fury. But that just doesn't happen very often anymore. I guess this is better than this? Probably, right? I mean, I don't want either, but I'll take that one. I wouldn't hate a Bog Beast, but... I honestly want Bog Beast, but this is just better, right? It's too much better. Might just take some draw here. Kolst has a really high win rate. Is that just the nuts to just have healing as this class? It might be, actually. I could still use a little bit of draw, though. But yeah, healing is, I mean, it is relevant, right? That could be a huge difference in a hunter matchup specifically. And even a mage matchup, right? Where they just have a frozen touch. We have a lot of discover. Yeah, it's like just a little bit of draw to help you find it is what you would kind of want. Yeah, we have the cold cases already. That's the thing, right? Like, we already essentially have healing. A bunch of freezes, too, that are also healing, right? Snow Flurry is kind of healing. Sanctum is a bunch of healing. The cold cases are healing. So, we probably just don't need this. It's actually a good thing that this doesn't trigger off a parrot anymore, too. I think I just had a lot of mage decks, and it's just, you know, I would take an Arcane Intellect over a lot of things. It just feels really bad. Like, you don't want to... It's a late game card, right? But you just want to be able to find your other things. Alright, Shadow's insane. And it's just a better card than Troll. I wouldn't hate a Troll either, but this is just a better card. Instead of Troll, you just have Shadow plus Spring Water, basically. Do kind of the same thing. Okay. So it's only... This is only a 76. I haven't had a... When's the last time I had a deck above 77? It's been a long time. My 12-win Druid was above 77. That was my last deck above 77. We've been on a streak of low rolls. This is actually also a low roll according to Hearth Arena. I mean, this seems like a good deck, though. It's just we don't have, like, the super premium late game, and where we have 2 Viziers, right? These are the big guys. They don't rate this card very high on Hearth Arena. Like, this should be 100, right? Like, they rate this, like, 76. That's kind of a Hearth Arena issue. So this deck should be higher than a 76. It's a good deck. But, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, this is it's a deck with potential, but the biggest issue would be that we might just lose to superior decks, as is the issue with any deck that isn't itself unbelievably broken. But yeah, it's pretty good. So, I mean, I'm gonna go to the restroom really fast. Appreciate everyone hanging out. I will queue up, but I'll be right back in a minute. Go too far away?
Jaina versus Anduin.
The light shall bring victory.
My sorcery will prevail.
Alright, I don't think we keep Vizier, we look for other things. Because we have enough draw and stuff that we'll find the Vizier later. Augurs 1 drop.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself. Where you followed?
I don't know if you can get 3 good secrets off of this. This is probably just the most consistent, right? Early on. I mean, you say that and then they just play a treasure guard and then you get fucked, but Thing is, we have a 3-drop, so we're not playing until turn 4, and I think like Zombies Ping might just be our best turn 4. You could take Reckoning. I don't like Kidnap against a Priest just because they have so many nasty battle cries that you get fucked by. Makes it very high risk.
They're on to us.
Do I consider Cold Case premium? It's one of the best cards in Mage, period. Yes.
Hogs on the loose.
Cold Case and Nightcloak Sanctum are both in the category. It's like they just completely invalidate the whole ability you have to lose to aggro, which makes it more valuable than almost anything, right? Like, just it's so insanely good. That was another thing. Like, our deck also has 2 Cold Case, and I think that's another card that Hearthstone criminally underrates. Why our score wasn't so high as it should have been. Like, they put... Where did they put Cold Case? They put it at 88, which isn't terrible, but like it should be 100. In my opinion. So unfortunately I can't deny this, kind of sucks, but I guess we just play this because nothing else makes any more sense. He only drew 1, that's huge. So yeah, he's not a great priest. If you have a priest deck where this only draws 1, you're usually not a good priest deck. It's a general rule. R3 ranks has been weird since the Green Goat split. They don't have a lot of people really actively maintaining it anymore, is the thing. Is the reality of it. A lot of it is just like the one dev who actually maintains the actual list himself. I could ping and then just send that face with this. Pretty good, actually. Because, you know, like, I don't know if Miss Elbow plays that much anymore. I think Miss Elbow doesn't even play anymore. Miss Elbow was the one who was playing a lot. Boozer was the other guy. There were 3 guys. The dev and 3 other guys were making the Hearth Arena, and still are making the Hearth Arena scores. But Boozer basically hard quit Arena like 2 years ago and hasn't really looked back. He plays like a fuck ton of Raid Shadow Legends now. He doesn't really touch Arena anymore. And the others, I think Miss Elbow was playing a lot, but I think even he doesn't play anymore, really. We're pretty close, but I mean, obviously I don't really want to ignore this thing. It might not be the worst thing, but... I don't know, I don't really want to leave that thing up. And it's just like, you know, I think their scores are pretty good normally, but like, they have some issues. Like, for example, one of the biggest flaws I've noticed with Hearth Arena's rating right now is like, in Mage, for example, you know, the mechs, a lot of the mech synergy stuff, they had really high scores on because in Sunken City meta, they were from Sunken City. When they came out, Sunken City had a really high offering bonus and stuff, so you always had mechs in your deck. And it was a mech rotation, so like, for example, the 2-mana 3/2 that dredges and you draw if you pick a mech, they have like a 90. That card is rated higher than Cold Case. And that card sucks right now because you don't ever have mechs. It's like a below average card, but they have it rated above Cold Case, which is one of the best cards in the game, period, right now. And that's just because, you know, they never adjusted it because they just don't have people paying enough attention to actually notice stuff like that. I should probably ping one of them and just be like, yo, please remove like 20-30 points from that card because it's not good. But, you know, that kind of stuff, that attention to detail just isn't in their tier list anymore. If you're using Hearthstone, you just have to like, minus 20 like any mech basically. There are just things like that you have to know. Which is why, I mean, I wonder if I should make a guide video kind of on how to, on kind of what, they might not like me too much if I did that, but if I made a guide video on exactly how to get around Hearthstone's flaws, maybe that would get views. But I don't know, this is why I just recommend you looking at win rates more personally. Your Hearthstone looks different. That's because I use Arena Tracker, which is a different program. It does show, Arena Tracker shows the Hearthstone scores, but it also shows the win rates that I tend to look at more. Win rates have its own problems as well that you also have to be aware of, but yeah. Because win rates are flawed in certain ways, Hearthstone is also flawed in certain ways. It's, you know, that's why it's not the easiest thing in the world to just draft perfectly. I think I actually want to do this so I can visit now. Draws a flame strike. Do I even have mechs? Do I have any mechs? I don't think I do, right? No. No. It's 2 mana add a flame strike to your hand. Honestly, it's not that bad.
You got the wrong guy, pal.
It's just if you top deck the flame strike here, you lose your mind. Because especially with the paired in hand and stuff, it's actually pretty valuable, it seems like, to do that. Kind of have to kill this 1/3 because it's threatening my peasant and stuff. Might AoE this board, but it wouldn't be too bad for us. If he like fire sells this, it's fine, I guess. You have a Mac that's one update behind being able to use Hearthstone deck tracker. Oh man, yeah, that's a little bad for us. The disrespect for reporting for duty, girl.
The more you'll struggle, the better.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the kind words, Blender. Well, yeah, as you say, like, that's what's gotten really, you know, that's why I made the drafting guide when I did already, because that's what's gotten really different about Arena, is that you actually have to, it's so much more important than it used to be to actually be able to pick cards that make sense rather than just pick the best card every time, right? That's the huge difference now. When in a lot of metas where they have a bunch of like old cards and a bunch of new cards, most of the time there was just a card that was clearly better than the other two, and you just needed to be able to know which one it was. But nowadays, you actually need to, like, you actually have to deck build in this mode. Because you actually have, a lot of the time, 3 choices that are all decent cards, or equal cards, that you just need to know which one's better. And it's not always obvious. I have to Flame Strike, right? Just hope he misses. That was a huge 50-50 though. Because now he probably has to ping this himself too. Yeah, as you say, like the delta between the cards and raw card quality just isn't that big now, a lot of the time. So then you actually just pick the card that makes the most sense rather than just whichever one's quote unquote better. So give us a cold case. You could just be ballsy and hope that we win the 50-50 here. Oh, I can't play this. I was gonna play this. I realized I can't actually play this because then I lose Flame Strike. Maybe I do bump then. This is always cold case, right? I don't think I draft. Oh, I have Frozen Touch too.
Time runs out on me.
This valley will be your icy tomb. For the tribes.
Good thing we're just that good at the game that we just always high roll every RNG outcome. We're just that skilled. It's bad if he has Deathborn though. Well, yeah, I don't know. Like the thing is like, I don't think it would feel that bad if they toned down Mage just a little bit, and I think Venomous Scorpion should just not exist personally. That's my opinion. But like, I think that card just needs to not exist in the game. But other than that, like I think if they do those 2 things, I think the meta would be basically as good as it could ever be, personally. Because that would naturally, both of those changes would just naturally tone down the level of Discover to more acceptable ranges, I think.
My compliments. The ship.
Because Scorpion's unfair, particularly because it gives you a really good card a lot of the time, and it's a really good tempo card simultaneously. Sometimes it's an impressively good tempo card in addition to the Discover. That's what I really dislike. No card should do both of those things. That's what really bothers me about that particular one. This is just lethal. We can have more fun though. Should we try to have more fun? I should probably just kill him. Well, yeah, it's like personally, like, I don't know. I've never been good at Mage. This is a funny thing. Like, I readily admit, like, I'm not a good Mage player. I have not figured out how to perfectly play this class. I've never... Well, I was really good at Mage early on. Like, but Mage early on was so easy. you know, you just had to take advantage of your hero power and crap. Among like top players, I'm like one of the weaker mage players probably. It's like probably relative to its like, you know, just if I was rating myself out of 10 on every class, mage would probably be my worst maybe. I don't know, is there any class I'm worse at? I don't think so. I think mage is my worst class, straight up.
Were you followed?
So it's funny that I was able to get such good leaderboard results, honestly, because like mage is my worst class, and you're forced to play mage because it's OP here, right? I've gotten to my leaderboard results in spite of the fact that I am not a good mage player. Imagine if this was a meta where mage wasn't like a top class. Oh my god. Maybe I would have even done better.
Me tusks won't stop shattering.
Maybe I just want to play Perjury. I don't think it's worth sanctuming just because, you know. Oh, I need to activate this, don't I? Yeah, so I should do this. Druid is strong. Yeah, Druid is good. I've had trouble, like, I got my first 12 win yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever that was, with Druid. I was having trouble actually having, like, really good rounds with it, but Druid is very solid and consistent. I just feel like it's hard to achieve high levels with it. Sometimes. Druid, because what makes Druid weird is, like, you know, you have these cards like Scale of Onyxia that, for example, really reward you for actually not being on board. And then, you know, the entire class wants to go token vomit your hand and board buff and win via tempo. So it's like there's just, it's kind of, there's disagreement within the class on how you're even supposed to play it. It just makes, you know, so sometimes some drafts just get really weird. The class isn't really sure what it wants to do, and you're trying to build truly cohesive decks just becomes very hard as a direct result of that.
I wonder.
If I want to kill this, I could Bomanaga it. I just, next turn could be like Sanctum Shadow. The only thing is if I kill that, I'm not killing this, but I guess I don't care that much. It's kind of tricky for him to actually get to trigger that anyway. He could go like Shooting Star Ping or something, but Mage is my worst, not Paladin. I'm not great at Paladin either. Well, Paladin especially right now doesn't seem like, I don't know, like, I just don't feel like there's a lot of, both in the positive and negative direction, there's just not a lot of agency in Paladin. So it's like, it's hard to be a bad Paladin player right now, but it's also hard to be a particularly good one, because it's just like your cards just do what they do, and it's just like, you know, it doesn't seem, there's just not a lot of agency in either direction there.
Beyond death, it seems to me. A thirst beyond death.
Am I saying Paladin is too fair? Not at all, but like, it's just, you win the game, you win or lose the games just based off of whether or not your cards just create an auto-win situation that your opponent can't deal with, and there's just not a lot of agency in that. From your side, they either do it or they don't. And it's just based, it's more based off of honestly what answers your opponent has more than anything you do. So probably getting Deathborn, which would be bad for us. But it's really not. Honestly, Deathborn isn't even that good here. It's his guy.
Tracking their movements.
It's not up to you. That's what I'm saying, basically. Yeah, it's not up to you if you win as Paladin. Like, if you're playing Paladin, you're more just watching a movie, and it's just like, either you win or you don't, basically. There's Oasis. I'm pretty happy to trade these off because I'm just worried that they're going to activate Deathborn or something. Why, hello there. Man, Pyro could be good too, but I mean, I can play Amulet next turn. That seems pretty good. I could try to hit this and play Cold Case if it snipes this. Otherwise, I can just play the Sunwell and ping first. I think I'll do that. It's kind of good to get the Cold Case out while you're not, you know, making yourself super weak to AoE and stuff. But I don't know. He didn't have Deathborn before, so I guess I'm not that worried about that. Probably just take an 8/8, right? Because I'm gonna freeze the other guy anyway. Because yeah, it's like when you play Paladin, you just like you hope you get Big Gun. The Whelp gives immune. Did I have a Whelp as one of the options? What was the... I didn't even look at what it was. Amber Whelp? Oh yeah, that probably would have. Oh no, I think this is still better though, right? Like, yeah, you can have an 8/8 and a 3/3, or you can have... That's just strictly worse though, right? But yeah, it would have. You have an 8/8 and a 3/3, or you have an 8/8 immune. I guess I think it's not strictly worse, but the 3/3 would have kept your guy immune. Maybe that was better actually, because even though you have an 8/8 and a 8/3, but just the fact that the 3/3 keeps your Whelp keeps your 8/8 immune might have been better actually. Probably was, yeah. It's worse stats, but the fact that your opponent has to play around the immune, like in this case, it would have not taken 4 damage from this. So yeah, I probably should have taken the Whelp actually, yeah. I wasn't thinking about it, but yeah, I probably should have. I have to do this, right? I can't deal with that right now. Just have to hope this doesn't fuck us too hard. Wait, what I was saying, I don't think I can play my thought, but it's like, yeah, like you play Paladin and you're just like, well, you hope you draw your buffet big in, and if you draw it and play it, you just hope your opponent just can't deal with the Divine Shields, right? Like it's kind of dumb. Paladin to me though, like I've complained a lot about Paladin in other metas. To me, like I mean, it's just every class is kind of like that now, so it's like you just kind of accept it. But you know, Hunter has like, you know, they have Candle Shot, Hunter's Mark 3-drop combo, you know, and Bloodseeker and stuff. They have the same kind of bullshit, right? It's just, I don't know. That's kind of their design philosophy. It seems like that kind of stuff is their definition of fun. So it's like, to some extent, like, it's almost unfair to criticize any particular class for it, because it's just kind of what they do now. I had a lot of fun not getting meteored the last month. Let's just get meteored. That would be fun. Hunter is less reliant. Well, that's why I like Hunter, because you can cheese people with shit, and if you play it, you have to like allow yourself to try to get those cheeses as much as often as possible, but also, yeah, you have real win conditions that don't require you to just cheese them.
The courage of man shall not fail. You're next.
I can take 'em. Wait, not all of them.
All to the face. I feel like spells have to go face now. I probably should have done the Discover first, though. But yeah, now this game is all about burning out our opponent. We have a couple flame strikes to kind of cack his board, but
Tracking their movements.
it's gonna be a busier flame strike. I don't think I'm. Am I?
I wonder.
We get more reach and then we just win, right? I mean, a fireball is just straight up lethal. I should take this, right? I mean, this is just 8.
I wonder.
I mean, it's hard to go wrong with this.
Out on me.
Yeah. Like, it's hard to go wrong with this, right? We can even test a counterspell, so we don't have to worry about that.
The Queen's power is beyond your comprehension.
Why does it always have to be this fucker? These fuckers. Because otherwise you would just flame strike, but it's like I can't. I can like shooting star one of them off, but I can't even deal with the other one. But now
What to do? What to
the issue is that this doesn't necessarily deal with that. Probably. It's just that this doesn't do enough, so don't have a choice, I guess. That's probably good. Not me. That's it? Guess we're dead. Okay, great.
time runs out on me.
That was very much not what we needed. Is a frozen touch that's just gonna kill us. His frozen touch is at 2 out of 3 though, right? So he can't actually kill us with it. Never mind, it's at 3 out of 3. I just can't deal enough damage. So, like, we're dead to Frozen Touch. I have to lethal him this turn. But, like... Oh, great, I'm disconnected. But, like, I can't actually Shooting Star anything. We're actually 1 man off a lethal, I think. It's a good thing, you know, we're on Asia server where you just get disconnected sometime. But we were dead there, right, I think, so we're fortunate to get disconnected when it didn't actually matter. Because there's agency, it's like you had to choose, the agency in this game was whether or not you wanted to bet on the runes winning the game for you or the runed orb, right? That was the entire agency of that situation. But right, it's like, I think we were a little bit more off, but yeah, at least we disconnected when we were already losing. This is Asia server, and it's like on Asia server, you just, it's part of the game. If you're not in Asia, is that you just have to accept that you're going to get disconnected. It's gonna be like probably half a win off your average because you just get disconnected sometimes. Makes it, it's very annoying, but I don't experience disconnects on any server other than Asia server. And I'm pretty sure it's just like a physical ping thing. But I think we made the wrong choice. I think you had to go for the Runed Orb and just try to burn him out with the Runed Orb, honestly, though. Because I think that might have been a win if we just went for the, didn't go for the Rune. The fact that there was a, he had already played the Arcane Defenders, right? Like, the risk of a parrot was a real thing. So I think we misplayed and that might have cost us that game. But so I think you had to go for the Runed Orb instead. Was it always like this? It's gotten a lot worse in the last couple months for me personally. Like, I used to play on Asia without very many problems. It's been better for me the last like week. I've had very little issues actually compared to what it had been. Cuties, was this Sneeko? Somebody gets the reference, please. I wonder how much overlap my community has with that kind of stuff. Oh wow, we actually hit it nice. So I have to use the ping because otherwise I don't get the copy. Charlie ended that. I know. This is a match. Come at me, bro.
Will of the Forsaken is unbreakable.
Honor guide.
There's an argument for not even killing that Meaning Stone, because, I mean, it's just going to get Flame Struck away next turn anyway. So maybe you just take the 3 damage, but I don't really want to activate Lion's Guard, I guess, so. Do I play single player games? A little bit. Should play more. As I do this, like, as I make more full-time stuff, I probably will start to... I need to start implementing other games into my content and stuff. But I don't know if I'll do that through, like, extra channels or whatever. No, my 1-drop. Oh, nice band card. I haven't figured that out yet. It doesn't have anything random, so like it can't really kill any of my stuff, so I can kind of just... I think I can just go face and just not really care about anything. I don't know what he can do, really. Greens from the Philippines. Hello, hello. Oh, I've never seen that, actually. This thing off of Maze Guide, oh my god. I never thought about that was a thing. I've never seen that. I haven't actually seen that once. It's actually kind of shocking that I haven't seen it. I've played like 70... What have I played? I've played 75 runs in this meta, and I have not seen a Maze Guide pop this. That's actually shocking. Okay. He's doing the I'm not technically dead haha play. Actually, he is dead because this thing has 4 attack. Rip. So relaxing. Nice, nice. Appreciate the kind words. Yeah, it's like, I wouldn't hate moving to... We're talking about like moving, like I wouldn't hate moving to Florida, but it's like, I don't know. It's so far away from everywhere else I want to be anyway.
My sorcery will prevail.
Let's keep this one good 1-drop. Was unbearably hot. Yeah, like the humidity. It's not even that hot, but it's the humidity, right? Appears we just got fucking wrecked. I think I may have to use this ping so that I can actually... Well, I mean, I can... Yeah, it's okay. I guess I don't need to play this because I can coin 4s. I can always coin 4s. That's fine. Huh? Oh my god, we're getting smarked out of our minds, chat. Did I just die? So this is always cold case. Do we ever play this instead? Well, the Barry Twitch emotes don't work on my overlay. That sucks. For this chat, for YouTube. Oh, that's too bad. You like? Yeah, I kind of like it actually. It's slightly greedy, I guess, but oh, it's not always. I forgot it's not always cold case. But I mean, Frozen Touch is really good to have too. I think we would take this as having worked out okay. You just finished your 30th ream run. You're rank 1A2, top 200. Nice, nice. Congrats. I could just play a Yeti taunt here. Seems reasonable. Oh god, if he actually has this, that's a problem. We have the frozen touch to kill this guy. Ooh, cold case. Now we're under no pressure now, but just need to not get scammed by a colossal now. Painting, no, painting just gives you the base version of whatever the minion you get is. Ida 2, what the fuck? I think he used his Illuminate earlier so he couldn't get the thing off of Balin. Alright, so we can try to hit a life sentence or something here. Huh. Okay. Seems reasonable. Something something streamer luck.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Guess I'll use this. It says trades with that. I guess I don't mind that badly, but could also just go like double 3. This could get discounted, but I don't really care that much. I mean, random is cool, right? What's up, Justin? How you doing?
Is someone injured?
The courage of man shall not fail.
Do I think in Skeleton go face too much? I think they do, yeah. Well, I don't know. Skeletons don't go that. I think some of the RNG's messed up. Skeletons are kind of weird. They don't seem to like always go face, but they seem kind of unusual.
Darkness beckons.
I should check for rush. Probably should check that like a long time ago, to be honest. 4 actions to go. No, seems okay. Just go probably maybe next turn we rune. Try to get some card draw off of this. These used to feel like they went face more. My raiders have not been going face as much as they used to feel like they did. I should hold this, right?
A thirst beyond death. It sings to you. A thirst beyond death.
wish I could find the thread, but like there were threads in the past where, you know, everyone thought that like what was it, the imprisoned Felma particularly was the hunter imprisoned minion, and they crowdsourced a lot of data that showed that it actually went face too much. It wasn't people thought it was 50-50. It wasn't 50-50, but like I have my own conspiracies around it. I do think they go face more than they're supposed to, but like it's complicated. It was like if they should have gone, it was like in a situation where it should have been 33%, it would have gone face like 50, it would have gone face like 40% or something. I wish I could find the Reddit thread on it, but like people did try to figure it out. Because I think there are things that are, what I think it is that they outcomes that happen seem to, this is just a general Hearthstone thing. I think the RNG is fucked up in a way where things that happen tend to repeat. Events tend to repeat more often than they should. That's what I think. I noticed this in like 2014. Like Paladin Shredder would just drop the same 2-drop, which there were like 82 drops. You would, Doomsayer was like, you would see it with Doomsayer, you'd see it with Millhouse, you would see it with Totem Golem. And you can see the same thing with Maze Guide now. That you would, particularly the very obvious one was Doomsayer, but like you would play like 50 games a day, and you would not see Doomsayer for like 3 months, and then suddenly in a week you would see it like 5 times, and you're just like, what the fuck? You would just see it like constantly. And it made it seem not very random, and ever since then, like, I've always been suspicious that events that happen just seem to happen too much.
Tusks won't stop shattering.
We only get the undead down to 8 with this, I think. No, it's like, I know like people like to say like, ah, blah blah blah, confirmation bias, you know, using terms they don't understand very well. But it's like, you know, I've talked to computer programmers who I've like mentioned this to them, and they're like, oh yeah, that makes complete sense, because it's like, yeah, they just have this, like, essentially it's how they seed the actual RNG, because, you know, random isn't really, there's no such thing as a random in computer coding. They have to set up like seeds to do it, and like I just think there's something fucked up with the seeding in Hearthstone, essentially. You know. Ah, greetings. Okay. Because like every computer scientist I've talked to is like, yeah, that makes complete sense. That that seems like something that you would encounter that would actually be like a real legitimate thing. It's not just confirmation bias or some bullshit, you know. Because I was like, my education was cursory to computer science. I wasn't a computer scientist though, but like, you know, I did coding, like. But that's why I defer to people that have more experience with that stuff, but still. I understand, it seems to make sense. In a game with so much random, you'd think they would ram correctly. You would think so, right? But the issue is like, they don't have to though, because it's not like one of those things where I kind of want to just go face. You just go face. It's one of those things where, like, I mean, we're gonna ruin the board anyway, so who cares? It's not like it's exploitable, right? Like, it's completely unexploitable. So it doesn't create any, like, situation where they would actually be forced to fix it because anyone being screwed is completely random. Like, the errors created are completely random. So even though, I mean, I did exploit it back in the day because the decision of whether or not I played a Paladin Shredder was heavily influenced by whether or not I had seen a Doomsayer in the last week, and I felt very strongly that I was actually benefiting from using that knowledge at the time. But yeah, I don't know. In a general sense, though, it's not something you can particularly exploit to a large extent, so... RNG lane and ping face, because the reason that I suspect that, like, things like that, like the imprisoned Felmaw would go face too often, is because essentially imprisoned Felmaws would, you know, if you play an imprisoned Felmaw on turn 1 or turn 2, it would often go face because your opponent in the early game just didn't have that many minions on board. And my suspicion is that the later ones would go face more often than they're supposed to, simply because it remembers that it remembers that the earlier ones hit face. And that was the whole reason that they were biased towards face. Do I actually want to play this now? Kind of do. Because honestly, I probably should play it last turn. But that's what I think it is. So you played one later in the game and it would be more likely to go face because the first one did, essentially. But not even the first one in the same game, right? Just the last one that you had played in some other game that you played it on turn 2. That's what I think it is. Because they were softly biased towards face, but not like, it's not like they always went face. That's what I think happened. Oh, got punished, chat. Kevin, thanks for the subscription on YouTube. I like how he's just winning every RNG outcome. Let's just try to ruin him out of his mind. Goodbye, board. Nice, nice. Oh my god. No! Alright, that seems pretty good though.
A thirst beyond death.
Do I think there's targeted RNG? I know a lot of people that think there is, but I don't really believe in anything targeted, personally. A lot of people believe, I've talked about it before, is that a lot of people believe that there's some kind of like RNG that you tend to queue into counter matchups in Constructed, but it doesn't make sense for two reasons. Number one is, if you're getting countered all the time, you know the other person's not getting countered. They're queuing into the opposite counter matchups. They're queuing into their win matchups, so that doesn't make sense. But number two is that most of the people that believe this just happen to be Hearthstone, full-time Hearthstone streamers that just think that they're getting screwed individually, kind of. You know, so it's like, yeah, that seems like, that's one of those things where it's like that, now that kind of seems like your issue. Not the game's issue. And there's a very viable explanation. These people are getting sniped out. These people are getting sniped, and people are queuing with counter matchups. You know, not the fact that the game is coded to fuck them over. It's the fact that people are sniping them and fucking them over. You know. Perjury doesn't get mage secrets. Yeah, that's true. Did I say it did? Because I said it did. It doesn't. It's totally random. It's a problem. It's possible I should just bet on it not being objection, because it would be so much better for me if it's just not objection. But also, I have Visage up, so... It's not objection, but like, you know, he can't hit our face with that. He dies. Are they with spider or ice trap? He has a second flame, that's not very valuable. I guess I want this. Really? Grip is hyper focused on RNG and BGs. He is kind of, yeah. He talks so much about like he really does talk a lot about, you know, matchup RNG and stuff. Just, and I think he has points, right? Like, because Battlegrounds does legitimately have a serious issue with like, you know, just the fact that whether or not you queue into the high roller of the lobby, right? Which there always is one. You know, that determines whether or not you just die automatically, right? It's like, it has a serious fundamental design issue that I don't think they're ever going to do anything about, frankly. So the issue is he always has a counterspell up, right? Anyway, oh, this thing got confused. So his secrets are Ice Barrier, Visage, and Oasis. We just have to like do this and hope that it just gives us lethal, right? It seemed like this did a whole lot. It's fucking amulets, man. Is there even any point in like doing anything? I'm just not sure if this is better than doing nothing. I know we're just dead on board though.
You win this.
I mentioned earlier, yeah, it's like, I mean, Mage Mirror, like, Mage Mirror is probably the lowest agency matchup in the entire game, too, though. It's like, the only way you have agency, like, if you have Frozen Touch, then that card actually creates a lot of agency. A lot of people hate that card, but it's like, it's one of the higher agency cards in the game right now. But yeah, it's like, you don't have Frozen Touch, you can't do anything. You end up in just these rune mirrors where you just hope that your rune does more than theirs does. And then you don't always win.
Knowledge is power. My sorcery will prevail.
It's kind of boring. I don't think the micro acquisition is going to do anything to Hearthstone.
Meat tusks won't stop shattering. What to do? What to do?
I'm not sure if it's worth coining a 3 here. It's not clear what the upside would be for us. No, Blizzard said that they actually said that they internally track MMR, but it doesn't have any influence over who you queue into in Arena. Well, that worked out. We should just need to kill him before Neptulon and then we'd be good. Oh, it's exhausting playing on this server because everyone just has a better deck than you do. I need to go back. I need to make a Smurf account so I can play on the other servers because God, it's so mentally draining playing on Asia's server because just literally everyone has a better deck than you do. And it's not an imagined thing, like just straight up because a whole bunch of people on this server retired decks to have better decks than other people. So it's just fucking mentally exhausting playing on this server. Should probably have killed the other guy. But... ugh. If you want to play a game with a disadvantage, then playing Asia Server Arena is like the fucking golden goose, right? Because you get to just experience your opponent having a constant advantage over you. Great. No, there's no queuing penalty for retiring decks with no games. You have the gold, you can, if you want, you can retire 50 decks in a row to get the 51st deck. That is the best deck you've ever seen in your life. Which is why people specifically bought accounts to do that. And it's not a super popular thing on other servers, but it's very popular on Asia specifically.
Private Shorty reporting for duty.
It's important though, right? Like being able to play from behind is an important skill in Hearthstone. So it's like, if that's what you want to improve, like unironically, you should go to Asia server because it's very great practice for trying to win when you have literally the game is like in every possible way set up to make you lose. This guy had a clear way to win this game and he didn't do it here, so we have to be happy about that. If he just used his frozen touch one more time, he kills us off board and we're completely dead, but he didn't do that. So
This valley will be your mercy too.
because he doesn't know what he's doing, he's just greedy. He didn't want to use his second frozen touch. So we have a chance to win because of that terrible play. But like otherwise we'd already have lost.
The more you struggle,
Just a 12-0 deck. You got good RNG there at least. Do I usually play on Asia server? No, I usually don't. The thing is that I can't play on either of my... Because of how the leaderboard system is, I can't play on my other main servers, so I'm kind of forced to play on Asia. So... I don't have much of a... Because I don't want to fuck with my other averages right now. I have to make a Smurf account so that I can actually play on the servers that are less unpleasant to play on. I made the account, I just haven't unlocked Arena on it yet. Yeah, it's a problem. Like, if I didn't have two top 10 accounts, if I didn't have a number 1 account and number 7 account, I wouldn't have this problem. I should just be less good at the game, so I wouldn't care. At some point, I will try to improve my Europe average, actually, but it's just... The thing is my sleep schedule doesn't agree with it. I want to play at peak time, because that's when the games are the easiest on EU server. But I'm just... That's the time that I'm asleep, so I can't actually play on it. Otherwise, I would have done that already. But... For now, I can't. Can we actually... I haven't been tracking how much... Does he have an Upjohn still? No, he played his Elemental. That was... Oh, he played Sunflare. Snowflare, okay. So he missed the Elemental, but he has 3 random max. What's peak time? Just generally speaking, if you want to get the easiest games on a server that isn't Asia, maybe like other servers, like you want to play at peak time, which is just, you know, evening time. That's when the most casual players are going to be playing. That's just the general rule. And also weekends, like weekends are easier too. Because same thing, like there's more casual players. You know, if you're playing like in the middle of the day, on weekdays you're playing people who generally speaking have nothing better to do than play Hearthstone all day, right? It's just kind of a logical thing. So that's when you don't want to play. If you are really tryharding to the extent that you're trying to time of day, you know. So it's like I can give up the frozen touch to actually copy the this with the painting. I can also what am I really trying to do here? The problem is he has all this armor, so I can't kill him. Like, so I don't know. It's like there are weird things we could do, right? Particularly, we could try to. I could freeze hit this thing instead of killing it, so that I could try to like set up the creepy painting. But then like this is gonna kill it anyway. This guy drafted a big game hunter. My God. This guy drafted the greediest deck anyone's ever drafted in the history of the world, man. There's just nothing I can do, right? Like, there's just no agency in games like this. He has more value than we do, and we couldn't win. We couldn't kill him by turn 7, so the game's over. The server is just a bad idea. Yeah. I mean, some people like to play where there just isn't agency, you know? Some people do unironically enjoy that, so if you want that, Asia server is a great thing. He's starting to run out of premium shit though, so like we have to see. It's gonna still be important for us to draw our Flame Strike probably. Just also has a nightcap too. It's my average on Asia. I started at 6.5, but I probably dropped it closer to 6 after today. I can't just smork him though. Yeah, if you want to hate Hearthstone, play on Asia server. That's the greatest. That's really the greatest thing. There's a reason, Tauriel, when you weren't enjoying it as much, and I was telling you, like, I was very serious. Like, there's a big difference what server you play on. Like, if you want to enjoy Hearthstone Arena, you play on EU server because it's by far the easiest. Not even close. it seriously makes a very big difference. I just always, I could have pinged myself to have that have taunt, but I probably should have. But at this point, I'm tilted, so I should probably stop playing. Running out premiums, yeah, I know. We're just playing on the out. We have one out of 8 times we get Flame Strike, right? That's the whole thing. That's the whole game now. He blocked our parrot when we haven't even played a fucking parrot activator yet. Why is EU easier? Because it has the most bad players on it. We're actually still dead. He's probably not going to see the lethal, but I'll just let him have it, I guess. I don't want to play another run, but I mean, we can't really get to worse. We had 2 low rolls with good classes, and we'll see what their next class is, I guess. Like, this was a good deck, but it's just like, it's not good enough for the server, basically. Oh, hold up. Just got 100 dust. Boom. Why do I have the old one in here? Alright, this is the account that I didn't actually... Yeah, whatever, I'm not gonna play them. Well, yeah, this is a thing too, like, because there's less players on Asia, you're not likely to actually face someone with the exact same win-loss. So it's very likely, we're at 4-2, it's very likely that you queued into someone at like 2-0 or 3-1 or something. That's very likely also. So you're just not, you're not actually losing to someone at 2 losses. They could very easily be a 2-0 person on their way to 12-0 that you just queue into at 4-2. That's a thing that is a known thing that happens, and very frequently happens too. So playing on the servers where there's less players again makes it very it's a very frustrating thing, but and we try Paladin again, I guess. The last Paladin wasn't great. Surely this one will be better.
Hold on to our faith, even in death.
You have a good weapon for this already, but I think you just open up the dragon synergy. More dragon synergy. I kind of want the heal. Twin Fin has a really high win rate because of bridge and stuff. We do have healing already too. Alright, let's grab that. Walker, I assume you just take this, right? Over cards that just aren't that great. We don't have the synergy yet, but I don't think I've had a Paladin draft that didn't have buffs. Kinda want Treasure Grab, but Diver's a little too good. For this class especially. I don't know if I want this, because yeah, like this is, if you want no agency Paladin, this is how you do it, right? You take all the dude stuff. Which, you know, the win rates show like it works, right? But I'd rather have agency Paladin, which would be to pick the Bog Beast. I'm gonna go for agency Paladin. I don't know if it exists, but we'll try to figure out if it actually works. Cavalry Horn. This could be good. I might take a Battlemaster. This could be really good with certain things. Especially in Paladin. Should be good in theory. Like, are we... I haven't... I haven't skipped any early game, right? We're on pick 13 with no early game, and I'm like, where is my early game? With no early game, you take just... We want just all the mid-range threats in the world, right, I think? Well, we didn't find early game, but we found something else. Crap. We got a 2-mana 2/3 legendary. Yeah, it's better than Ysera, so... So, I don't know. I haven't really played with Naxxramas. Like, I've seen a lot of... Like, sometimes it's the nuts, and sometimes it just doesn't do anything. And it's really weird. Naxxramas into Battlemeister? Yeah, that does seem good, actually. Do we just take it over Neptulon? I'm not sure. It activates Dragon Synergy, too, which is actually kind of relevant. It's like actually kind of relevant. It does over the entire expansion have a higher win rate than Neptulon. Not by a lot, but you can try it, I guess. Alright, we don't have anything for Squawker. Let's take a Reef Walker, second Battlemaster. We should just be the ultimate scum deck, right? And just take 2 Battlemasters. I think I like it. Oh, and a Buckler. Okay, we need like actual early game at some point. Any early game enjoyers anywhere? This is a card that can stick for Battlemaster. Keleseth? Yeah, where's our Keleseth? Oh no. Fuck, I should have taken Neptulon. I should have known that I'd be offered a second Naxxramas. This is so troll. 2 Naxxramas, 2 Battlemaster. Oh my god. That's actually so unbelievably troll. I mean, I have to, right? It's just... This is definitely better than... Like, I was considering against Neptulon, but I mean, this is better than Tyrion. Seal Blood for the Squawker. Seafloor Savior. Rip, rip the, Keleseth. Have to settle for a Seafloor Savior. Triple Battlemaster? No. Do we have enough? This draft is the same. It's funny because we were just talking about earlier in this game how RNG events seem to repeat themselves too often. We keep getting offered 3 Battlemasters, 2 Naxxramas. Daring Drakes until you piss your pants, basically. It's all of them. I think this might be better than Armor because we have enough dragons to just activate it, so you don't actually have to wait until turn 7, because turn 7's a little late, and we're going to just be playing Naxxramas by that point anyway, so I think we just take this. And also they activate each other. Are we going to get offered a 2-drop in this entire draft? I picked the 1 2-drop I was offered. Fuck, I pick Warder here because we have so many dragons. Oh, another Seafloor, okay. Dragon though, but I picked, yeah, I did skip the 2-mana 2/3 legendary, that is true. Do you ever take Stormwind because it's better with Battlemaster and Naxxramas? No, right? what's gonna happen is you play party up, your opponent Deathborns you, and then you Naxxramas all of their skeletons, and then you Battlemaster them, right? You guys remember, like, I literally tried to draft this to high agency Paladin. This is like the lowest agency Paladin possible. It's like all of the... It's not as low agency as if we went like full dude Paladin though. But was this deck rated? This is an 82, so this is actually a high roll by card quality. So 82 with, I think I even gave a value for the Battlemasters. So yeah, our card quality is really, really high. The big thing is going to be like if we can draw these. The biggest thing in this deck is going to be just if we draw the Seafloor Saviors. Or not, really. Or this, but like mainly the Seafloor Saviors. If we draw the Seafloor Saviors, we're going to have like a probably 80 to 90% win rate in the game. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult, probably, possibly. But if our opponent also is passive, like we have such an insane amount of top end, like we will outgreed a lot of decks just because we have a bunch of bullshit. It's just, I don't know, we don't even have that much bullshit because we don't have like Templar Captain or anything. But, or any Discover at all. Yeah, we lose long games, don't we? Well, I mean, the way we win the long games is just Naxxramas Battlemaster. That's the only way. We just choose people with that. So we just hope that we queue into mages that don't have any freeze or hard move for the Naxxramas, then we Battlemaster it. That's gonna be like the whole thing. Anyway, I'll queue up in a second. Gonna go to the restroom really fast. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Be right back in a minute.
The light heals all wounds.
Okay, so Squawker, we don't have enough for, so we toss it for sure. The question would be if we keep the Murlocula or not, and it just seems too slow, right? I think we just need to look for our early game.
Job's done.
Not just our early game, but also the dragon synergy, because particularly like having an active warder is going to be worth more than actually having early tempo. Yo, Vladimir, thanks for the subscription on YouTube. So if he doesn't, unless he daggers this, we get a 6 Seal of Blood, so that's pretty good. She picks Shaman, Warlock, or Rogue. That depends a bit on, those are all kind of not great classes right now, but depends on how you want to play a little bit. If you want to embrace RNG, you should pick Rogue. If you want to just tempo, you should pick Warlock probably. And if you want to just kind of play, I guess, more standard, you would pick Shaman. I think they're actually all relatively close between those though. Otherwise, just different essentially. I can grab one of these. I think win rate wise, Shaman and Rogue are close and Warlock is the worst. But I think if you like tempo and play tempo well, I think Warlock isn't bad. But, you know, you have to be playing very tempo Heavy for Warlock. I have bad news for my opponent here. I've seen... I think I'm yet to see a Korak respawn in this entire meta. Except the one Korak I saw was respawn was the one that I played as a priest off of the Discover Death Rattle, which respawned automatically. That was the only time I've ever seen one respawn. Oh, did I just fucking lose? Is this constructed? Help? I didn't realize I accidentally queued constructed. What arena tracker do I use? It's actually called Arena Tracker. If you're talking about this one, this is Hearthstone Deck Tracker, but the one I use in Draft is Arena Tracker. They are two different programs. They seem pretty dead. They indeed do, yes. Do I just Battmaster him in the face? Now? Because that's as good as like getting the Naxxramas Battmaster. Well, I mean, almost. I mean, this is 10-10. But if this thing attacks, he's dead anyways, so. This only kills like a 3-1. The other whelp kind of looks there. Sits there looking stupid, so. Getting Cavalry Horn, timing that with the Naxxramas to get a 0 mana Battmaster on that turn would be kind of hilarious. She could set up, I guess. But,
What to do?
I don't know, I guess nothing seems that much better than just doing this, yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, take 5, I dare you. I think I figured out why Naxxramas is a good card, chat. Maybe this card's pretty good. It might be pretty good. Might even say it's above average. Slightly better than Shonen Yeti, at least. Maybe yeah, a bit better. It's even better on this server, probably, yeah. Yep, squawk. The problem is now my warder's inactive. So I lose, right? Just get double rush, be good at the game.
Reveals the way.
Strategy.
This time.
5 rush? Yeah, I should have asked for 5 rush. That was my bad. Rainbow? Yeah, we got 5 different ones, didn't we? Oh, another Scourge, but now he just didn't. Wasn't that like the worst possible turn to play that? Because aren't they all going to pop right into this? You got the wrong 3-8. He's dead in 3 turns. Wait, no, he's dead now, right? Wasn't that like... It's all coming back right now, right? Look at my terrible positioning. Was he dead with Old Scourge? He had like 2 taunts, didn't he? I think he had 2 taunts on the old one. But yeah, I guess he probably was. It was just he had the 4/6 death rattle, so it might have sniped our big guy if we tried to value trade with it. So he might have been dead. With our hand, more damage from hand, he probably was always dead. I don't know. It was only Shire Skin? Okay. Yeah, then he was probably just dead. But yeah, in that case, you just trade all the little adventurers and then you just hit him with the 10. So he would just be dead. So I guess that was his only play. Do I just keep... I probably just keep these, right?
Reporting for duty.
I mean, I could just Reef Walker. I should actually. If you coin 4, you kind of force yourself to play the Daring Drake on 4. Unless you get a really good Reef Walker, but you want to play the Drake. I mean the Warden, the Warder before. Seems like a pretty good board for turn 4. Going second. Man, I forgot how it was, man. Like, you remember when this was like the meta-defining card back when it came out? Like, and yeah, it's like you almost forget just how oppressive this card was. You can see, like, in this game, like, how just absurdly oppressive this card is when it goes off. Actually, kind of ridiculous. I might just take the Truce over here. You can also take this trade and get the Sin Runner out. But I have so many weapons, I kind of want to use them. I don't know. We do just make our board better by doing this. It's not like you have to use the weapons on minions. You can send them all face.
Initializing descent.
Runes guide me.
I'm doing this way to sap the Bowmaster, I don't know. A lot of ways we could on this. Come against me. Ice-Up Protector is always useless for me. For my opponents, it's always the best card ever. Wham! He'll probably just still die though. Which is one of the things, like, Ice-Up very reliably keeps you alive unless it gets hard removed or silenced or whatever. But then it never really, like, it doesn't flip the game. Ever. Oh no, my tutu. You probably last standed into a 420 ISO. Yeah, that would make that card a lot better if it had 2 extra attack and also 10 extra health. That makes a big difference. Just have silence, Omegalol. Even Brawl, he has to like win the 1 in 5, I think, to not just immediately die. Orderlul. Play it with Lorthamar? Exactly, yeah. Just draft Lorthamar.
Strike. Then strike harder. Runes guide me.
Oh! Yeah, it's funny because I think there's actually more silences in the game, but you know, most of the silences are also neutrals, and they're just not a lot of neutral cards anymore. I think a lot of people don't like, you know, to me, like the only one you really take is Coroner. Coroner is near auto pick to me, but I've seen other people who I won't name,
The light heals.
who might have a 9.4 average in the past, who I've seen skip Coroners, and I'm just like, what are you doing, bro? So I feel like a lot of people might significantly underrate Coroner. That card's insane, but only arena gods know exactly.
Need a bit more spice over here.
We got our absolute nut roll here, so surely this will work out, right?
Initializing descent.
I don't love that sealed les down here too, but I guess we'll take this. Oh yeah, if we had gone first with this, game would already be over. I probably have to coin Daring Drake to kill that. It's part of the reason I pulled up the dragon, so I'd have the ability to do this.
Reporting for duty.
Can't really deny this too well, so... Oh, okay then.
Don't let them harm the egg.
Well, because it is funny, because like it's some of it is playstyle dependent. Because like also like I don't know, it's kind of turned into a little bit of a mini meme in like our between us. Because like I mean I was talking about like Dread saw like my double Mountain Bear Hunter, which was not a great hunter deck, but he was like, oh my god, you have 2 Mountain Bears, this deck's insane. And I'm like, you know, like Mountain Bear isn't that great of a card in Hunter, right? Like, it's above average, but like... Because it's like very playstyle dependent. If you're playing like kind of slow hunters that just try to live, Mountain Bear is one of the best cards in the game. But if you're actually playing Hunter like a hunter, Mountain Bear is still sometimes useful, but doesn't actually help you win. Why would you play Hunter if you're gonna play Control? Hunter can play Control right now because Hunter's really strong. But yeah, like typically I wouldn't play Hunter aiming for that playstyle, you know. It's not a great Anachronos, but I guess I just don't really see what else I can do here. It's nice, like, pretty much any Hunter deck, it's a nice thing to have is to just have, like, one... It's definitely nice to just have, like, a Mountain Bear. Just as kind of a backup plan, basically. But it should not be what your deck is built around, typically.
The streets are not safe.
Although building around a Mountain Bear specifically, if you have a whole bunch of beast synergy, like that's a pretty legitimate strategy. If you just happen to get all the beast synergy, then you can build around a Mountain Bear. But like otherwise, it's like if you're relying on Mountain Bear to be kind of a huge part of how you win games, you're not playing Hunter very correctly, typically. You know.
What to do? Strike! Then strike harder.
Reporting for duty.
Runes guide me!
I think we still save. It's like I could use this, but I feel like I kind of need it
Evacuate!
for his threat more than I need to use it for 2 damage here. I mean, I could use it on this even, but
Little time.
I think I need to deny a giant threat. Hunter has the 3 best weapons. What, like Candle Shot's really good. Reverse Gorehowl is absurdly good, obviously. In the right decks, the Dredge weapon is really good. Well, the legendary weapon is also insane. But you don't usually get that one because it's legendary. Locations getting in the way of weapons. Well, because yeah, like against Mage, for example, you have to think about that because you want to... A lot of times you can use the locations to play around like Kona Cold and stuff. But yeah, getting in the way of Balamaster can be a problem. Don't really have a choice now. The question is do I just want to choose Silver and hope he doesn't have the taunt? Or party up and try to go wider? In theory, this should work too, because he's a... I can't even hero power with this.
Runes guide me!
I don't know, YOLO.
I'm not going down without
And a Chronos will just be lethal too, even if he has a giant on him.
Do you have an audience with the king?
Inside voices, please.
Can we get hard countered any harder? Is that actually possible? I don't think it is possible. Like we're just dying to tech cards here, so now Brass Wing is lethal too.
Swiftly.
Yeah, we also have Consecration. It's so weird how he chose to use it that way instead of not taking the damage on his face. Now, one rush is lethal. Ah! We literally just need one rush. I didn't have. Oh, I guess that's true. I would have had to Twin Fin first, so I would have needed 2 rushes actually. Yeah. So in that case, I guess you had to do it. You would have had to do it. There's no way you Twin Fin first because we have the location threat, right? So it's like you have to do it this way, and then maybe you get 2, and then you lethal that way. But well, wait, no, that's not true, right? Because no, it's not true because you trade this off and then the weapon goes face. You go this, you go this and rush, Twin Fin, and then the weapon goes face. That's not true.
Swiftly.
What a delightful party.
He's dead now, though.
Smart moves. I can see.
Boom!
Urel versus Garrosh.
Victory or death!
The light heals all wounds.
Do I even want Great Hall? It's kind of funny, like Great Hall just doesn't feel good anymore. It just seriously doesn't feel good. These are good together in theory, right? They kind of overlap though. Like for curve, it's like the issue is like I don't have good 2-drops usually, right? So it's probably worth keeping anyway. So I don't know. Let's try to find other plays. I might Hero Power instead of playing this though. Yeah, set up the jury duty, set up the Murlocula. Am I getting the event XP? This event's really easy to complete, so I'm not really worrying about it at all. If you play the game like I'm pretty sure if you don't pay any attention to them and you play the game an hour a day, you'll like easily finish the event in like a week without paying like any attention to it. I guess not if you're playing constructed and you just happen to be playing decks that don't fit the first condition or whatever, but this event is very easy to finish generally. Especially playing arena, like the events just have things like, yeah, just play like generic things, play Mathers, play battle cries, stuff like that, and it's like it just finishes itself. I only needed one rush. I didn't have one rush. Really? This is disgusting. I remember this combo being a thing back then too. Oh god. It's just like so unreasonable. What's up, Pedro? How you doing? Yeah, remember we had like nothing on turn 6 and suddenly we have a 3-4 and a 3-6 Divine Shield and a 2-2-1 Divine Shield and automatically remove a 3-6 at the same time. In classic Hearthstone, that was like what? We just did like a 14 mana play probably. Seemed like maybe not the order. He's at 14, right? He's not dead to Bombmaster? I forget what he was at. I think it was at 14. 16. Damn. I should probably just kill the poison. I mean, you could go like Hog Ranch or Great Hall too, but yeah. I think we just kill the poison and play this. Supposed to do a 69 mana play, true. It's funny, I've had like very few plays where Sunwell's felt like a great card in this meta. Like it's always so slow, it feels like. Unless you get it discounted by Vizier. It's always been the thing though, it's like discounted by Vizier, Sunwell is like super, super ridiculous, but otherwise it's just a little too slow. Normally. Got no useful spells at all. Sounds about right.
Strike, then strike harder.
Finish him. I don't know what he would actually need to even do to live here. I mean, he could go like brawl, win the brawl, and then brawl, win the brawl, and then play like a heavy plate or something to just not die this turn. But yeah, probably wouldn't get him that far. Void Shard. Not dead on board, but unfortunately for you, sir, Brasswing goes face because why not? Come. Honorable kill on the hero, exactly right. It's really excellent. Grab beverage, be right back. When does Brasswing go face? An excellent question, yeah. To be honest though, it's like I don't, as much as I like whining about stuff like that, I don't mind that Brasswing goes face because it's 8 mana card, right? It's just the other cards, other similar type of AoE cards, like why do any of them go face? Why does like the Demon Hunter 1 mana AoE spell go face? Like that shit doesn't make any sense. I don't mind that Brasswing goes face. But it's just like, you know, those other ones like don't make any sense. I don't know if this is worth it. Yeah. Mage is like 3 mana 3/4s. I literally tossed in Anachronos. Flame Strike face. Dude, if Flame Strike was printed in current year, it would literally go face.
Initializing descent.
The culprit was not.
I could have also just played the 4/7 to be honest, but I might just play his next turn anyway.
I have things you never knew you wanted.
So give ourselves a chance to draw another 4-drop. We got a lot of 4s. Hmm.
The streets are not safe.
When does Remorseless Winter go face? An excellent question. Because they wanted every frost spell to go face, basically. Here's the Daring Drake. Do we want to either go 3 and 2 or you go 5 here? How do we want to set this up? It's like
Prophet, guide me.
probably just gets dealt with so easily, right? Feels like, and you probably want to get this guy down.
Come under my wing.
This card really just doesn't seem very good right now. It just never does anything. Oh, we needed more surprises in our hand.
Mistakes of the past, rewritten.
Doesn't know chat. Oh, Griffin, thanks for the subscription on YouTube. Why do they always have a cold case? An excellent question. A very excellent question. Be like, what do I even... I have to try to deal with this, right? So I'll Anachronos the second wave when they come back. Or the first wave, I mean. I could also party up. Get like a whole board of Divine Shields. That might be better, because especially if you get a rush, then you get and kill this anyway. That might be better.
Prophet, guide me. I have little time.
We never get rush? You're probably, yeah, not wrong. You're most certainly not wrong. Yeah, the one problem with this is we take more damage, but... I don't know, we save this to maybe heal off of it later. In theory.
You want it? I got it.
No taunts either, I know, right? We have a Wind Fury, so we can trade this off to make room for the Brasswing. We're also losing the 3/3 with this play is the issue, but we can at least get... Well, hold up. I have to Anachronos first, right? I can't actually.
Reporting for duty.
Okay, no, I Brasswing to deal with this.
Twice as dead.
From the shadows!
Back, monster.
Yeah, it seems pretty good. Force him to deal with all of our shit, and then only after that we would do the second Anachronos.
Stone Legion, to me.
It's okay, I guess. We can. We don't really want to Anachronos that because he's going to, well, it would come back with Rush. Wow, he's trading that? What the fuck? Oh, 4 damage Consec. Okay.
What to do?
Yeah, we did Seal Blood, so this is kind of bad.
Initializing descent.
Still do it, I guess. It's bad that I want to hold on to this. Because he hasn't dealt with our stuff up to this point. Now he might be more afraid of the 5-drop anyway. He could have done that in the other order. Okay. Oh, no, that's not the Valkyrie one. That's the other one. Okay, I see. Never mind. One copy. That's not even... I guess that's kind of good. Hmm. Again, like, I can't even use this concept because he's not giving us anything to put it into. I can't use my Consec, I can't use my Consecration, or my Anachronos. Opponent's not doing enough to activate it. He goes for the blizzard. Wait for him to hit the blizzard. Not blizzard, at least. It's weird. This was a 4-0 game. This could actually be Flame Ward.
It. I got it.
Yeah, actually I had an ice block up. It was actually possible we still lose from that position. Oh, which is kind of crazy. That felt like a 2-2 game. He must have had like insane bullshit that he just didn't draw.
Let the hunt begin.
The light heals all wounds.
One problem with Diver on 1 is it walks into a lot of like 1-drops and Candle Shroud and stuff, but it could have been at 2-2. Well, they would have been at like, it's possible they were at like 5-2. We could be the one high rolling? Exactly, right? I mean, it certainly seems like we are. You guys remember when we had a board?
The more you struggle, the better.
What's funny is like there's a world where you want to buckler and then use your tree silver to pop it early. Probably not though. Like the most straightforward play obviously is just a true silver, but you could also seal a blood the fish.
What to
Kind of off curve though.
Runes guide me. Come, midnight.
A dark deed to defy death.
Murlocula, more like Dragonocula, right? Come on, activate our Daring Drake. Come on. Come on, Murlocula.
Prophet, guide me.
How am I dealing with the extra 2/2? You can't really cleanly, can I?
Me.
Hogs on the loose.
Kind of annoying.
Runes guide me.
It's just there's... I guess I have to do it like this. This will come very soon. Could do potentially all of these. It's one of those things I felt rather bad this whole time because it's like you can kind of just tell that you're just walking into a shit, but you just don't exactly have your finger on what it is. But okay, do we do this now? Ideally, I would get these guys because I want to do this combo again, right? Buckler, Warder. I feel like. I think we want to set that up again. Hey, what's up? Call me Chris. Welcome, welcome. I don't know what I'm doing next turn then, but we'll draw a play, right? The best play we could have gotten. Nice.
The battle.
Runes guide me.
We're gonna find out this is the guy that drafted like triple play dead or something. 2 rush, yeah, now we got 2 rush. Oh yeah, we got the poison to pop it. And you pair it instead of play dead, okay. Got punished for our RNG yet again.
Don't let them harm the eggs. Reporting for duty.
Runes guide me.
You owe me.
That time we just needed to not hit poison, right? But we still win. I mean, I want to check the replay once it pops up on the tracker. I want to see if he no, he drew the
Urel versus Rexa.
Let the hunt begin.
The light heals all wounds.
I can't see where the frenzy things came out of his hand. The 2 rush carried? Exactly, yes.
Need a bit more spice over here.
Which I forget I'm on YouTube. It's easier to just rewind the VOD and see. On Twitch you can't really rewind the VOD.
Sharper aim.
Oh no. I was just checking like whether or not he drew the frenzy things earlier. He did not actually, so yeah, he didn't play that badly.
Faith reveals the way.
Okay, I probably just want to play this right.
Initializing descent.
Coining just doesn't make enough sense. I wouldn't hate having Battlemaster, but I'd rather have the Morlocula.
Come midnight.
So the problem with Hog Rancher is, yeah, it's great to kill this, but then the 3/2 gets eaten. So probably kind of forced to do this. I need to get these dudes out of my hand, get this Cavalry Horn out, and then get a 0-mana Brass Wing. It seems like a good strategy.
Careful, they bite.
That's why we don't have any buffs in this deck. Just nothing I can do to not get annihilated here.
Faith
Oh.
reveals the way.
It's like literally the best card in the game in this situation. There's actually nothing I can do to not get completely fucked here.
Prophet guide
Now they're angry.
Board-wise, the best thing I can do is to kill it.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, confident play against a 5/2 against Paladin. We even have a Consecration, we just didn't draw this game.
Streets are not safe.
Reporting for duty.
I don't know how I deal with that thing. This is the game where our opponent just has like obscure things that just happen to beat exactly what we have. It's 10-win average possible, not even close, no.
Don't let them harm the eggs. Reporting for duty. The battle.
There's a significant portion of the population who is wrong, but they don't even think 7-win average is possible right now. They're wrong, but there are a lot of people who don't even think you can average 7 right now. It's possible to average 7, but it's very, very difficult. I think if you're on EU, it might be possible to average 8. But only on EU. No other server. Who's the best arena player of all time? Probably Stranadachi.
What you do, them small fry?
We have to draw a non-minion here, otherwise it gets really weird. And a Chronos would be good though. Non-minion, nice. I mean, you go here. Go here. Guess you go here.
Reporting for duty.
But yeah, you're right, Devin. And that is also true. Minus 2 HP. Oh, could I have set up an honorable kill? Oh, I guess so. Yeah, I could have taken the 5, because then I would have gotten healed by the honorable kill. Yeah, that's true. Actually. I was just trying to take the least damage on my face, but I wasn't thinking about the honorable kill. Wasn't particularly important in that game. Got him. I haven't decided yet. You know, like my EU run was pretty much like I did like a few practice runs on NA that actually ended up counting towards my number 1 on NA, but like I haven't decided yet if I'll really try. I might really try to actually see if I can beat number 1 on EU, but I have to make a new account and stuff and do that.
You asked for it. The light heals.
I don't know. I mean, you know, there's no level where it's. I mean, 8.6 is unbelievably difficult to beat, right? So it's like. There's no world where you can just like easily beat that. Yeah, dragon here. Fuck. I lose the buff, but it's like I don't need a like Battlemaster doesn't help me right now. Seems like this game's probably already over. Maybe I should have pushed that too. 2 draws to naturally draw a dragon, maybe.
Let's see, what do I take?
There's also, I'm just tempoing a Squawker right now. He has a Sunken Sweeper pulled up now. Now this guy is gonna just be wondering how the fuck we got even to 3 wins with this pile of shit that he's gonna have seen, because we're looking like the worst deck you've ever seen based off what he's seen so far. Yeah, there's Anachronos though. To save the day! So now we have a chance suddenly. Not a moment too soon.
Want to play? Gladly.
We get to do the counter diver thing. I should probably just equip this even if I don't use it. Probably don't use it here. There's not much reason to smack him unless you really want to play around like a news. But those don't exist really right now very often.
Hope you don't have magic in mind.
You owe me.
For 8.6 to happen, he might have had friends snipe him. It's possible. I wouldn't assume that. Like, I don't actually think that number is super unreasonable. I did 7.6 pretty early on when I think early on the meta was harder, to be honest. Which is why I'm pretty confident if I tried right now on EU, I think I would give myself like an 80-90% certainty that I would break 8. And the other thing is that if you play on a new account, you get a couple advantages. You get thrown into the newbie pool in the beginning, and you also you can not unlock Death Knight to just not have it be an option, so you get the better classes more often. So I think if I did all of that, I would guess I would probably get 8.5 on average, right? So whether or not I beat 8.6 would depend on how hard I high rolled. I wouldn't confidently say I could beat 8.6, but I think I would have a shot. So if someone was using a new account and just played well, I think it's not that unreasonable to expect they could have just gotten 8.6. It's always possible. Like, the thing is that it's really hard to like have friends snipe you in arena. Like, it's just, yeah, someone could give you a free win here or there, but it's not gonna like. You still have to be playing at an 8 win. You would still even then have to be playing at pretty close to a number 1 average, right? Why is it easier in EU? EU just has like the most bad players and the least people that are botting to get better decks. Do I play all my games? What do you mean, on stream? I stream like all of my arena. I don't play any arena off stream. Does going for leaderboards affect the fun factor? Kind of. Right now, it's like the way the leaderboard's set up is like I have to try hard every run basically, which I do want to play like without having to worry about the leaderboard, but it's like, you know, until I make new accounts or something to be able to play without stressing about it. Yeah, it is annoying to have to worry about it all the time. Because now I'm doing my third server where I kind of just want to play the game, you know, without having to stress about it. But when every run counts for a leaderboard, it kind of sucks. There's a reason they didn't have it that way before, right? Where it wasn't like every run mattered. But now they have it back to the system where every run matters, and it's a little it does sap some of the fun out of it. Because, like, Asia server specifically is the hardest because there's a lot of people that basically will retire decks until they have insanely good decks, and they just won't play anything else except for insane decks. There's a lot more people that do that on this server specifically. I think EU has the least of that out of all the servers, and that might be more important than, you know, just skill or whatever, right? Like, I want to Battlemaster this, or do I? Actually, having Battlemaster come back from Anachronos could be really nice. Yeah, it was crazy because, like, you would have to watch Stan for like hours to even catch him make a single misplay. He would be pretty much autopiloting, and yet he would still play better than anyone, like anyone, period. Like, he was on a different level from everyone. I wonder if that comes back frozen. Actually, I have Seal of Blood, so I guess we'll do that.
Initializing descent.
I should put this over the right because it might have Wind Fury next turn. It's gonna be frozen though, so that's why, like, I should have actually put the 2/2 over here probably. Well, I want to save this for Arcane Defenders, right? Probably. Yeah. Do I want to play around Chrono Cold, or let's say, I feel like, I mean, he's gonna kill some of the threats anyway, right? I feel like somehow. So I guess I'll play around Chrono Cold instead of this. Instead of just setting that up. Oh, it does come back frozen.
The streets are not safe. The streets are not safe.
Nice.
Reporting for duty.
Did I watch early Ratsma? I did a little bit. I didn't watch that much of him particularly. I mean, there were a lot of arena streamers back then. I definitely watched some of him. It's funny because it was like a couple years ago from this point now, but like he came back to arena for a little bit, but he kind of from what it seemed like he kind of decided that it just wasn't worth the time for him because he he does like a bunch of business stuff now. He owns at least one, maybe 2 or 3 businesses, and he just didn't feel like it was worth continuing to do arena.
Reporting for duty.
I think it was Ratsman was before leaderboards, wasn't he? So it's like he never really got recognized by that system, so you wouldn't know if he was... That stuff wouldn't have been like actually... historically recognized in that way.
Reporting for duty.
Well, when he returned, he didn't know what half the cards were and stuff. You know, like he wasn't... He wouldn't have been at the level that he was back in the day.
An incredible discovery.
When you look at the current arena tier list, I do have a tier list video on YouTube right now. Which was like a month ago, but nothing's changed since then, so... It is still accurate.
Reporting for duty.
I mean, it's like, it would be really hard if you just came back now, particularly, but like, generally speaking in arena, you know, like, if you're a good player, like, you don't have to, like, you can get, like, a, historically, again, I don't think you could right now, but, like, in most past metas, you could just, again, like, not even know what half the cards are and still get, like, a 5 to 6 win average pretty easily, you know? I know I'm still in this game. That random flame strike was a little brutal. People forget about Shady Bunny. Yeah, because Shady Bunny is still doing very well for himself in Battlegrounds. It took him a while, like a year or 2 to even get recognized in that game, really. But, like, he's like the best. I think I was saying, in my opinion, like, he's probably not the best pure player, but he's the best educational streamer in that game, period, I think. He's an insane grinder, kind of. I mean, he doesn't play that much. He doesn't grind that much. He doesn't grind as much as other people do. he takes it at a much deeper intellectual level than most people do. Even some of the better players, like, they're people that are just gifted, you know? But he did the same thing in Arena. Like, he just analyzed the game at a depth that most people aren't even capable of understanding it at. It's the same thing he does in Battlegrounds that he used to in Arena. Arena has lost a lot from the fact that there is no one like Shady Bunny that analyzes the game at that level that he did. It's like a permanent loss to the game that we don't have someone like that. Like, I try my best to replicate it, and I analyze the game at a higher depth than in different ways, but like, I can't analyze it the same way that he did. Yeah, I mean, because it's like, he's one of those guys, thanks for the subscribe, by the way. I mean, he's just one of those guys where it's like, yeah, if he wanted to play TFT or any game that's thinking, like, he would be a top player in the game. As I would like to think that I also would be able to, right? Like, it's just not coincidence that, you know, people... It's all ability to learn and stuff, right? And it's not just accident that certain people just happen to be top players in games, right? Like, it's very deterministic, frankly. Kind of bad that Seal Blood's down there. Yeah, there are a lot of good arena streamers, players that just don't stream. A lot of the more analytical ones too, just don't stream anymore. Surely nothing bad happens here. Just don't see another great play here. It's too early to Cavalry Horn. We want to get something good out of it. I already feel it. Like, this is a very classic 8-0 to 8-3. Like, I already know we're going to go 8-3. This is all just mathing out perfectly, right? We had a kind of inexplicable run to 8-0, and now we're just gonna straight up hit a wall in 8-3. I already know. Let me grab a beverage, be right back.
I'm undead, not dead.
Okay, well, we have 2 Anachronos, so we might have a shot here. Problem is, Anachronos isn't exactly gonna let us get through this with a whole lot of damage, right? It's probably these next turn. Much for that.
The streets are not safe.
I just have to do this, don't I? I don't know what the second Anachronos is going to do for us being, you know, actually having its effect. It feels like it's just going to buy him time to win, right? I do remember what their taunt does now, yes. I know why you mentioned that, and I do remember what it does now, yes. And it's also a big problem for us, actually. Because he buffed it up so it does 5 AoE now. But do I still... I mean, I guess he has this. I guess we do this, huh?
The battle. This time.
Need a bit more spice over here.
You just have to hope he has to have like no removal here, which seems unlikely, but... What do you know, he had the best possible removal that he top decked on the perfect turn. What a surprise!
This is your moment.
There's no point. We can live for a while, but like we have no way of winning, so... Yeah, I don't know if Elbow plays, like he's still... I mean, if he played, he'd be on the leaderboard by now, right? I think he still browses the Reddit, but he doesn't... It doesn't seem like he plays anymore. Well, our deck has a lot of problems. Like, it doesn't, yeah, it would be a lot better if it had card draw or something, but... Tumbling is quite good enough to keep. It's pretty good, but... Card draw would help it have less weaknesses for sure, but... But I don't know. Our deck's... Really, the thing is our deck synergy isn't that great. The best synergy we have in our deck is with Anachronos Battlemaster. We haven't even done a single time yet. Maybe this will be the game.
I have things you never knew you wanted.
Well, Arena's like... Frankly, Arena's moved on to a point where it's like a lot of the people that enjoyed Arena a couple years ago and did enjoy it before now just aren't going to enjoy it now. Like, the game has just changed, frankly. So it's like, there's a lot of people, if they liked it 2019, 2020, like, they just aren't going to like it now. It's just a different game. It's kind of just the reality of it, you know? I think it's a better game personally, but I can understand why a lot of people just aren't going to like what it is now, you know? I think the game's changed in a way that most people like more, which is for the popularity of the mode good, but not particularly good for the classic arena mains, you know, necessarily. But if you're a content creator like me, it's pretty good because the game becomes more popular. But for a lot of people, it might not be so good.
Runes guide me.
Want the plant? Gladly.
The streets are not safe.
This is a very funny situation, actually.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
Runes guide me. Strike. Let's strike harder.
I should probably kill this though, right? Otherwise he free kills this. Seems rather bad.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
Just don't play the Valmask before the Anachronos. I didn't play it. It just randomly came out of my hand. It just completely random. I couldn't do anything about it.
I have things you never knew you wanted.
See if there's a way I can get the Bear Twitch TV emotes to work on the stream. I don't know if I can on YouTube. I don't know why it would be any different, but I guess it just doesn't work that way. Maybe it's because I don't have the stream elements bot modded on YouTube. That might be it, actually. Probably need to actually add the stream elements bot. That's probably what it is. Yeah, our opponent seems kind of dead here. We did it. We avoided the curse, the 8-0 to 8-3. I don't even really know how to like moderate on YouTube. See, I can like time out people, I can moderate. I can add people as moderators. Should I just mod Talreal? If I mod Talreal, does he have to come every time I stream? Probably, right?
I'm acting on instinct.
The light heals all wounds.
And then he can tell me if I'm playing terribly.
These are due back tomorrow.
Emotes is the main place where YouTube's lacking. Yeah, well, it's like, well, I can't add as many like sub emotes because I just don't have any. I have only one joiner on this channel, and if I get more joiners, I can add more emotes. But until then, I cannot. But yeah, unfortunately, just because 7TV doesn't work. Can't have all the 7TV emotes. I went and added a whole bunch of the emotes to Bear Twitch, so at least those would work. So at least we can have those, but... Joiner. Yeah, it's like, I think they call them members is the official term. This is really weird. I want to keep the Daring Drake to activate this, or this as well. But, I mean, this is just good now, and I don't really have another play, so I don't really have a choice, right? We'll just top deck another dragon, and then we just, like, Giga win, right? But yeah, unfortunately, because it's like, yeah, 7TV not being on YouTube sucks. Apparently, it's just because 7TV's too new, and Google, the App Store, whatever, the Google App Store hasn't approved it yet. Which is why you can't add it on YouTube, really. They're limited, so only so many people can use it while they haven't officially approved it. So... I guess I'd rather this get zombiesed rather than the guy that dies immediately. Sometimes this is cool against zombies because you get fully healed, but in this case I'd rather have a guy not die. Okay. That's not too bad, I guess. Good Battlemaster now, but I should probably get the more better board first. The bongos. A shout out, kind of. I have that now. But again, I want to play the 4 instead of the other thing. That's kind of funny. And I think I will. I almost want the health, to be honest, but against like collateral it would be bad to pre-hit. Nice stats, I know, right? He appears to be dead. Is he actually dead? He's probably not actually dead here, but I mean, he's close enough. He might have been dead had I hit last turn. Okay, well, the thing is that I should hit here because it gives our other guy Wind Fury. We get a bunch of the damage back anyway, so I might as well do this, and then I guess I'll Hero Power instead of this. Might be better to just play this. Doesn't really matter, probably. Oh, there's a theater mode extension for YouTube streams? Oh, that's really... I haven't seen that. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, that would be cool, because, yeah, the visual of the YouTube stream, by default, I'm not a huge fan of. It looks a little weird. The chat doesn't really work. It's not, like, on the side. That would make it a lot better, probably. What's up, Brett? How you doing?
Urel versus Rexa.
Let the hunt begin.
The light heals all wounds.
I want this card, right? I think we keep it. It's optimistic to hope it actually goes off, but, you know, maybe we get lucky. This makes it a lot more likely to actually work. You don't see Bear Twitch on YouTube? You have it enabled? Interesting, yeah. I don't know. Because I can see it, but I can put like monk ass, but also, yeah, like my... It doesn't show up in the chat on my stream, so it's weird.
Initializing descent.
This is a tough choice, but...
Little time.
I can try to set up the cheese combo. Thought there'd be a visual layout. Oh, like that. I see it on my thing. I don't know. I'd have to look at my own live stream to see if I can see it in the other place. Because I can see it on my dashboard, but I don't know how the actual stream side looks like.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
Cheese combo never happened. The thing is the way this game is going, the cheese combo isn't winning us the game. Because he's going to be at 30 and 16 damage out of nowhere just isn't going to kill him. Is the problem I see right now. I better just play this. I could have had Naxxramas, which would have activated this, and then this turn I would have had to do this and this, which would have been a 4/4 Divine Shield, which would have been pretty good potentially, but... You went 3-3 and 10 today, but I'm going 3-4 and 10 today, so get wrecked. %, skill game, easy.
Runes guide me.
Reporting for duty.
Any 12s? No. At least we did get really good value out of that Murlocula. God. Why do I always get wrecked by Ice Protectors? Is Ice Protector actually just insanely good now? We're unlucky that we're a Paladin that just doesn't have the answer to that. Any of the answers.
What to do?
To battle.
Runes guide me.
feel like we have to... So like the thing is we're frozen already, so there's no reason to taunt this turn to try to block that, right? So we might as well hold on to this. Yeah, exactly. I'm strategically not getting 12s because I have too many 12-win runs backlogged. I just can't afford to have my... It's just because I can't actually afford to do any more 12s. I'm strategically choosing not to get more 12s. 100% strategy. This be the saddest consecration in history. This would also be like the saddest Silvermoon Sentinel in history.
Faith reveals the way.
Reporting for duty. A thirst beyond death.
Ready to fight for a better future?
That's extremely annoying.
A thirst beyond death.
Clearly just need to draw any fucking dragon.
The streets are not safe.
Maybe this is the consec actually. Yeah, like all my other plays suck. I better do this now. I mean, just doing another hero power seems really bad. I need to go in, I think. You potentially protect that Divine Shield and have it, like, you know, maybe eat 6 damage here. Alright, I guess that's pretty good.
Hogs on the loose.
Giving stuff Wind Fury doesn't really matter apart from
Strike.
this guy. Eating 5 is a little greedy, I guess, but I think I can. I could give up the 2-1 so I just don't have to... Oh no, but I want to give that Wind Fury. I kind of have to, right?
Runes guide me. I have little time.
I didn't really have to.
Evacuate. Evacuate.
So I forgot this is in the way. So I could have taken less damage and just let this die. But having a 2-1 Divine Shield might just be better anyway. He's not using that piercing shot to kill us. Do I even want to hero power here? It's probably not worth it because, like, it might even get in the way of our Naxxramas, but it also just makes us more likely to die collateral, which might be the only way we lose. I feel like the 1-1's just never gonna help us. Got him. We just insta-queued into someone that's been in queue for a long time. Surely it's not a mage. Hey, it's a priest off. It's a barcode priest. Actually, this is not a barcode. It's random characters, but it's not a barcode. Do not really like this deck against priest. It can work though. He's a shadow priest. Okay, I think we lost. Yeah, we don't beat this, right? It sucks to do this right into his hero power, but like... Oh, is this the time we get the combo? Maybe? We're probably dredging up Seal of Blood next. We'll see.
Initializing descent.
Maybe it's okay if he has that. Like, I don't have another play, right? I don't think I do. Why did he block this when he's not even... Well, none of them are playable, I guess. I guess he missed this then.
Faith reveals the way. Neutralizing threat.
It's the most consecutive 12s I've gotten. It might be 3, I'm not sure. To be honest.
The battle. Inside voices, please.
Hogs on the loose.
Reporting for duty.
With one class though, like I just went 4 straight with priest, which is actually kind of hilarious because I don't even consider myself that great of a priest player. But turns out high rolling priest is good.
Mistakes of the past. Rewritten.
Chaining Anachronos is a thing that can happen.
Let's see what side of the bed I woke up on.
Runes guide me.
Reporting for duty.
I might be being a little too impatient with this. Identity theft kind of kills us though. The jig is up, basically.
Mistakes of the past, rewritten.
Runes guide me. Strike. Then strike harder.
We just have to hope they just can't deal with this.
Stone Legion, to me!
Well, he dealt with that poorly, the way he did it.
What to do?
So, like, if you hit 3, it goes to 11. It's just we're a little bit off if we just pure smork him. Or, like, actually, 1 off right now. So I think you gotta do this and hope that, you know, you get an additional threat to stick this way. It's possible I should have Great Hauled instead of Hero Powered, though, to get that 2 damage in.
Let's see what side of the bed I woke up on.
Runes guide me.
Can't actually target that even.
Streets are not safe.
Let's see, so it's like I could have gotten 2 more damage in last turn. I have a Consex, so I missed a possible win here by not Great Hauling last turn.
A toast to all who sought to kill me.
This is your moment.
Okay. 3 drafted 10 drops. Yeah. Interesting deck. Streaming is funny sometimes, because that was an insta-Q too, which I feel like might not have been a coincidence. But anyway, 290 gold. Pretty good. They really need to fix this. How many runs have I done? I might have been, let me check. That was run 15. I had dropped down to almost 6, but now I'm back up to 6.4. So hovering around that mid 6 range on Asia, which again, that's like top 10 roughly. Oh shit, someone just broke 7 on Asia today. I don't think he was there before. So there's actually the first ever Infinite Asia player since the live leaderboards have existed. Actually exists now. Crazy. Make sure we are still number 1. We are still comfortably number 1 on Americas. We're still comfortably top 10. No one has passed us. Oh, this guy's trying to pass us. Uh-oh. Is trying to pass us for number 7. Why is Asia behind? Because there are just way more people. Well, particularly there's what it seems to be is the Asia server is just the most popular server as far as there's a lot of people on Asia that only play decks that they only play the OP decks. Like they just retire a bunch of decks if they don't actually have a broken deck. So basically, that's one of the main reasons. And people may or may not be better players on Asia on average too. And it's generally just harder to have a high average on Asia because of that. Yeah, that guy wasn't there even like an hour or two ago, I don't think. It's the funny thing about the it's the funny thing about the live leaderboard, right? Is people just pop up randomly. Like for a while, like, you know, I was #1 on Europe, and then suddenly a couple guys passed me, and then someone just popped up with an 8.5. You're just like, well, okay. And yeah, the matchmaking, because like there's just less players on Asia, but I don't know. It's the funny thing is that there's a lot of there are a lot of people on the leaderboard, right? But I haven't looked that closely, but I suspect there's also the most accounts that are just mass retire accounts too. Like you look at like, because this is what we're talking about, right? The last guy in that last game was an account that looked just like this. You know, these are all barcode accounts. These are people that just mass retire until they get a broken deck. This is the last page of the leaderboard. You can go down to the same pages. You see like a bunch of these accounts too. You go to like Europe, for example, you just don't see as many of these. This is the last page of Europe. You'll still see them at the very bottom. That's the thing. I haven't looked all the way through, but I'm pretty sure if you look around the middle, like you'll just see less of these on Europe, but you see them everywhere, so it's funny. But anyway, I guess I'll check what my next class is, but I think we're done for today. Surely we get a... I don't think I want to do another Paladin. I might just do Priest then, as much as I don't really want to do Priest. I don't know, I also don't want to do another Paladin, because we did 2 Paladins today, so maybe we'll do Priest. But anyway, appreciate everyone hanging out today. My next stream, I'll probably... because now I'll probably just edit... I'll probably edit my Druid run and try to get that up tomorrow. My next stream will probably be on Twitch. I'll probably stream on Twitch probably tomorrow, and then probably also on Saturday, and then Sunday, I don't know. See. Maybe on Sunday too. Weekends are usually good for Twitch streaming, so maybe like I might stream all 3 days. Maybe I just won't stream tomorrow, I don't know. Next couple streams I'll be on Twitch, then maybe probably do like a YouTube stream on like Tuesday or something. I don't know, maybe I'll do a YouTube stream before then, but probably on Tuesday maybe. No Rogue, I just don't like Rogue. Is just such random bullshit. Like, if you just want to... Rogue is like the ultimate remove all agency class, I think. Anyway, appreciate everyone hanging out. Appreciate everyone hanging out. We'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out.